Hello everyone. Hi. I have a question for you guys. Are you ready to reread through all of chapter 2 again? Or are you not? I'm gonna create a poll. I'm gonna create a poll. I realize I have powers. I feel like it's a good way to start the stream and catch everyone up, especially if they have lost in didn't respond, like they left the stream. God damn it, I can't speak. But it also is gonna take 2 hours. Rear will take like 3 hours. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So then, what do we explain happened last time? Dude, we finally got to catch up. I gotta go to school in the morning. It'll be longer than beating Persona 5 Royal. Okay, fine. Fine, everyone says no. Okay. Last time, Gaster fought Susie. Susie got completely stomped. There was a vision of... She saw a glimpse of a better life that she will never live. One where Toriel did not become a demon. And one where she had the good life and got adopted by her. Gaster kicked her ass. She managed to get a lucky hit on Gaster, and then she like managed to escape, and then Noelle like appeared from a door on the staircase and pulled her in. Then they like made out and stuff, and it was kind of gross because Susie was bloody. And now they're going to try to find Ralsei, who is also in like the rooms where the glimpses are. We're going to cut to him right now, actually. It's TV time. Okay. 9 votes. Am I late, chat? No, we just began. Alright. Well, then let's just get into business. This is good atmospheric music. Yeah. They were safe on the other end of the door. That guy has some serious hands. Okay, that is, Susie probably got a ton of brain damage from the wall she got slammed into, but it's fine because she wasn't using it too much. Cool. Okay. Okay, what the hell is happening? What is Ralsei's mood? Ralsei is like super angsty in this fic because we find it funny. So what is angsty, rude Ralsei doing? Probably like kicking rocks. However, there are no rocks to kick. So how would that translate? I guess he could just be like passive aggressively walking down the thing. Ralsei walked into the abyss. Sophia, I posted her. Okay, we'll check it out later. I'm gonna prep it up now, but I'll remind me to get to it later. Probably extremely nervous on the verge of breaking down. Yeah, but walked into the abyss. Probably extremely nervous. Why would he be nervous, though? Would he be determined? Would he be, like, trying to find Susie? I don't know. Ralsei's kind of a wild card for me to write. Everyone else is, like, a set mood they're always at. Ralsei's already kind of hard to read in game, so it's like Ralsei walked into the abyss. The echo of his footsteps. The only company he had on his journey. Yeah, he would be panicking because, like, he doesn't know if Susie's okay or not. He doesn't like Noelle, but he doesn't, like, know where she is. Educated alone in a dark world with a mad doctor with knowledge of infinite timelines, I'd be scared too. I also have fan art, but I'm not done yet. Or just angry Harry Potter. Yeah. Okay. Everyone's saying he's nervous. He had on his journey. He finally, had time to, what's a word? Not reanalyze. Ruminate. No, I use that a lot. He finally had time to, fuck it. Ruminate on what happened to him. Where's my boy Lancer? Not here yet. Or else he's kicking rocks and grumbly angry. Breaking his feet because he wears no shoes. Ruminate on what had happened to him. He had been impaled, and he didn't even see it coming. He was sure he would eventually find an opponent he didn't know how to read, but he wasn't prepared for the day where it would finally happen. There we go. Else walked into the abyss. The echo of his foot. That's embarrassing. The only company he had on his journey. He had finally had time to ruminate on what had happened to him. He had been impaled, and he didn't even see it coming. Also, he's extremely fed up. Got into a new dark world and got impaled. Now he's left alone. Yeah. He could be, like, both nervous and fed up. He could be, like, both. I feel like Ralsei's gonna, like, do, like, a reversal sometime in game anyway and, like, snap at Susie. Coming. He was sure he would eventually find an opponent he didn't know how to read, but he wasn't prepared for the day where it finally happened. Susie was out there. Probably getting hurt or worse. By the looks of things, each room in the dark world was connected somehow. A massive spider web. This meant he would eventually find Noelle. He's like a complete mess who constantly drinks coffee and caffeine and panicking and pissed off at everything. Oh, that's kind of dark. I hope Ralsei is okay. Yeah, we're kind of in like that part of the fic where everyone gets like steamrolled. I actually have a question for you. Just like an off-branded question. I was actually thinking about this on my walk. There's an answer I want, but there's an answer a lot of you seem to want too. He would eventually find Noelle. He didn't know if he wanted to, but it was likely the only path to survival. By the looks of things, each room was connected somehow, like a massive spider web. This should be like the period. This means he would eventually find Noelle. He didn't know if he wanted to, but it was likely the only path to survival. Okay. Thanks in action. He stopped walking and sat down, clutching his knees. I always say knees apostrophe. Knees. He held them as if they were I don't know how to phrase this without being all weird. Hold on, let me think as I change the music. See, the problem with keeping all this fuck-ass music is that it fits for, like, the, comedy scenes, but not for the, serious scenes. And I was mainly only thinking about the fuck-ass scenes when making this, playlist. Here we go. Do 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 do. All right. Here, let's just say it this. He clutched them tightly. He knew his knees. Oh, that's why he doesn't like Noelle. Wouldn't leave him. I just figured it out. Stream is allergic to Cooler. His influence. Hi, Cooler. Finally meets Chris and Rouse. He's like, "Where have you been? Most of us are dead. A mad doctor is killing us all, and I don't know where the hell I am." And then Chris is just like, "Chill." Chill! Wouldn't leave him. His two friends. The two people he loved most in the world were spending less time with him. He felt guilty. Guilty because he knew this would happen. He told them to move on, that he wasn't real. There we go. Peak fanfic 10 out of 10. Wood hits Birdley with a steel chair again. Won't be long, it's late for me. Oh, okay. This is probably going to be a pretty long stream, chat. Because, you know, so, I don't know. It's probably going to be a long one. Good, the one I want to win is winning. He was not real, but these feelings of abandonment they felt real. He felt sick. PSX capitalizing on our nighttime audience. Man, I wish I could spend more time with them. Meanwhile, Chris and Susie are spending their most getting absolutely beaten by abominations of nature. True. With these feelings of, they felt real. He felt sick. When Chris had stayed in Castletown for 3 days. He was so excited. He finally got to see their face again. But they just hold themselves away. You said goalies. What? Face. Okay. They just hold themselves away. He stopped walking and sat down, clutching his knees. He clutched the... Remind me to reread the paragraphs I've written, so that way people who are drawing can, like, have a better experience. He knew his knees wouldn't leave him. His two friends, the two people he loved most in the world, were spending less time with him. He felt guilty. Guilty because he knew this would happen. He told them to move on, that he wasn't real, but these feelings of abandonment, they felt real. He felt sick. When Chris had stayed in Castletown for 3 days, he was so excited to finally see their face again. They just hold themselves away. Susie Gasser is gonna call Jebel for help. I don't know what's going on in Seems Peak. Okay. So, basically, after the gang get their ass beat, they're gonna go on, like, a little training arc. I would prefer if Susie's mentor figure was Jebel, because, in my opinion, I've always viewed Jebel as a sort of Susie bad ending, and Spamton as a sort of, you know... That and writing Jebel in this fuck-ass fic would be really funny. You hit him with the steel chair! How queer! I don't know. It just sounds fun. We're fighting the roaring. We're gambling. Susie. This isn't Susie Gasser. This is Susie. Okay, I don't actually know her full name. Okay. And Susie. Susie was more time with her. He was happy that Susie had friends in the real world, of course, but ever since that festival, maybe even before that, it was always about her. He dug his face into his scarf. Mike summoned Jester killing machine 3000. Jebel gambling in chapter 3. What in the phony? Yo, phone, don't call me that. Fun fact, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit the shadow crystal. Yeah, Susie. Oh, he dug his face into his scarf. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Tears welled up in his eyes. Before the bright shine of a screen lit up before him. I think we'll call it a screen-like object. Of a screen-like object. There we go. And then up before him. It was staticky for a while. The only freedom I'm seeing that cash is leaving my bank account, but I can't stop gambling. Waiter, more bet 30, please. But it was staticky for a while. The glow filled up the room. Before there was light. I guess that's how you spell staticky? I don't know. We're gonna change the music. You guys voted to give Ralsei a bad glimpse. Fuck you! You're the ex-femboy. Okay. I really wish I could play Flashback. Let's see. There we go. Let's go with that one. No, this is too hopeful. We should just play that Castle Town but sadder song. Waiter, more revivements, please. That's stupid that Deltarune wasn't counted. Probably would have won. Castle Town, but as sad as possible. Here, I'll link it in chat. This is super FNAF-y. So, let's shine up the whole, the old creepypasta, skills. There was light. Slash. Blood sprayed out everywhere, coating the walls. Okay. No, I'll take goodest game deserves good awards. So song did deserve game of the year. Okay. Probably. Everywhere, coating the walls. It rained. The ceiling dripping down with a sickly drop. Noise. Ralsei's eyes widened. Ralsei's eyes widened. It was Chris? Hyper-realistic blood? Nah. It's not what I'm going for. See, I describe like the writing process to some people, and they're like, "Oh, so you just describe hyper-realistic blood?" I'm like, no. If you describe it as hyper-realistic, it takes people out of the story. You have to use more descriptive language of it. It was Chris. Their sword. Their face. By the way, I started reading fan fiction again, and some of the stuff that like have like the graphic violence warning is just like some blood shows up. I feel like this is graphic violence. You know, the story where like Toriel mashes Undyne's eye out of her face, like where Chris gets like their face slammed into a tile until it breaks, or where Susie gets used as like a monster sandbag. Like come on, kind of weird. All right, their sword, their face, dripping with red. Their eyes lit up. They looked so determined. Then a voice, as if it was coming from an old TV show. Chris? I'll say, was shocked. It was his own voice. So determined. With a loud thud, Susie fell on her back and then faded into dust. Yeah. No, be careful using the word determined to drive through screw, because I swear if something personal against the word determination. Nah. Sorry guys, I'm in a crash out mood today. Shocked it was his own voice. We're on good pace. It was his own voice. Chris, what are you? Fear intermingled with the prince. The Oscars won't die. Enough idiots keep watching it. Just like reality TV. Think of how many reality TV shows there are that you've never heard of. There's 7 billion people on this planet. Almost 8. Come on. Most of them like to fill up their lives by watching stuff like that. I don't know why. But, whatever. It's not my place to judge. I spend my time doing this shit, so. Intermingling with the prince's voice. He stepped. He stepped back. And Chris turned their head. Yes, this is a reference to the well, Chris will go evil and kill everyone, like 2018 ass thing. We already reached 8, Sophia. Aren't we at 8? Oh, we are. Sophia's living in 2021. I guess most people never stopped living in 2021. You know, what about the show that announces what the game does? Okay, so if we take the assumption that Deltarune cannot be counted in weird factors, that this is peak, better than TV slop. Well, it's all down to a matter of opinion, really. I mean, you like this, I like this, but to an average person, they'd probably consider this cringe. I mean, hell, my family keeps telling me to go back to doing 10-minute videos every week because to them, that's better. So really, what's good and not is subjective. Anyway, enough talk. Just turn their head and stepped forward. Deep bags under their eyes. Why is Chris gotta be like, this would be like, Chris would be like if they didn't dictate their life. Again, an infinite amount of worlds have passed in this continuity. Basically, everything that could possibly happen has happened already. And it will happen again. Deep bags under their eyes. They are shambling and shaking with dread, excitement. Maybe they were also afraid. Deltarune getting rejected for the 7th time at the Game Award. Which would win best RPG according to you? I don't know. I haven't played that many. Maybe something like Octopath Traveler. People seem to enjoy that. Though that came out years ago, didn't it? Didn't the sequel just come out? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Maybe they were also afraid. Their boots clanged and clacked the stone floors of Castletown. Swayed. I did it. Oh, great. The dogs are at it again. Do they ever stop barking? I suppose they will when they die. Because if Birdly didn't exist. Either chapter 1 or chapter 2 of them. I did it. They finally opened their mouth to speak. A twisted smile slowly grew on their face. I saved us. Their bloodshot eyes turned to, I'll say. Now, there won't be an ending. I freed us. Okay. This is good news, or I'll say. No Demon Chris. I freed us. Sorry. Already getting with the misgendering. Alright. No, wait. He is right. He stumbled back until his back hit a stone wall. I'll say, what's the screen? But I'm Azrael. It would finally be darker yet darker. One hand in mind is Susie was a foster kid, and the reason she moved around a lot was because she kept changing family. That is a good. That is a good idea. Actually, I actually have a proposition, because you guys voted last stream. You wanted Susie to have good parents in this fic, and Susie is just like embarrassed of them. Should they be like her foster family, or should they be like, you know, like, should they also be like Barney's, or should they be like, I don't know, humans is like another suggestion. So that's gonna be like the next poll, because this poll's already reached its conclusion. Amori is good. It just has some pacing issues. A lot of Susie questions in this Curdly fic. They feed her Sharpies. Not that Sophia would mind that. I don't think Susie would mind that either. Alright. I looked at the screen. What was he watching? It was like he had just seen a snuff film. He saw one of his only friends die and turn to dust before him. Now we can be Chris. Approach. Sophie, is it true that you actually did eat Sharpies? I mean, I did for stream one time. She was a Sharpie eating bully. I'm more like Sharpie sniffing. Gaze upon my glorious art now? I guess I could. Here, let's see what. Alright. This is like the same comic was before, but like with 2 more pages, I think. So let's just do that. What if Susie's parents were humans who tried to disguise as monsters to make Susie feel an outcast? That feels kind of weird. Expo Giant erase markers taste better. Really? Is that true? I'll have to try it. Alright. So here's Birdly with Makima. Here's them saying that they're going. This will be their last fight. Makima shoots him. Oh, damn it. Damn it! Image in new tab. And I can't read the top, but YouTube posts are notoriously bad at this. Then stand for me, my little bluebird. Don't pretend like you aren't trying to kill me. I'd rather not die. Thank you very much. I like how you can see all this Mugen stuff I got when I was a teenager. I've had this account for a while. An image in new tab. Ooh, huge art upgrade. Open image in new tab. Let me get this close. On the topic of sloppy, because let's just crush your arrangement. Okay, that didn't go where I thought it would. With this katana skills, you should not be speaking. You haven't even touched my katana. Your life, all of you people shouldn't speak that. I'll make a Discord eventually, don't worry. Decisions and sense. We're just sliding the past years. I can't read that, I'm sorry. You would know a lot about sucking, wouldn't you, little bluebird? The wind has gotten sharper, and then, oh. Okay, I can't exactly tell what happened, but I'm assuming Birdly killed Makima. Oh, damn, really? Here, chat. Oh, here, chat. Let me link Birdly's art. Here, chat. There we go. There we go. Approach, I'll say, on the screen. You have to say this or else people get confused. Approach, I'll say, on the screen. Before. Yeah, they were copying his face with a. Imagine some student throws over his leftover food in the trash. Student catches it with her mouth and says before. Turns to his friend saying, "That's my bully." Okay, yeah, but that literally did happen, so. My parents lectured me for eating out of the garbage and eating off the floor. You look homeless. Don't do that. You make us look poor. And I'm just like, but it's free food. I don't understand the problem with it, honestly. Maybe I'm just in a philosophical mood today, chat. I don't know. Canon Sophia. Gamer abducts Susie at the end of the stream. Man, we got into so many fights in school. Nowadays, you do that, you get arrested. Before cupping his face with a bloodied hand. But who mogs out? Sophia, Susie, Deltarune, and some... Why the fuck are you eating at the It's free food! Sophia is secretly a furry acting like a cat or dog. I'm not a fucking furry. Okay. Sophia, Susie, Deltarune, and this guy. Yeah. Okay, here's the funny thing about that. All my friends, all my family, everyone who I've ever met is like, okay, you're a lot like Susie Deltarune. And I'm like, okay, I know that. So let me include this little bit in the video saying how much I relate to the character, because I do. And you know, be done with it. And now, like, whatever. It's fine. It's whatever. Meeting Susie's parents would be more emotional than Chris and Noel reuniting with Das. I'm not sure about that. It could go one of a few ways. Page 4 of missing text. I think you missed Birdley. Toothay. Your arm is worse than Chris's mock. Your aim is worse than Chris's Makima. You've gotten sloppy. If you let me get this close. Okay, I got it. Thank you for providing it. Again, I'll make a Discord eventually. And they time for toxic. Yeah, we. I tricked you all. This is all my plan since the beginning. He turned his head, face them. He was shivering with fear. I tricked all of you. What a theory. Sophia's in the prophecy low-key. Whatever. He was shivering with fear. Hell yeah. It was all her master. I won. I tried basing comic characters off of me, and then I just realized that people would just be like, oh, this is a Susie ripoff. This is such a Susie ripoff. Like, I wrote this one manuscript about this character named Violet Carpenter, and she would basically she did the things I do in high school. But I don't know, I realized people would just think it's like a Susie ripoff, and so I stopped writing it. Thoughts on Dyer's death to Dio? Funny. Weird question. Are Azrael and Death similar in ages, or which is older than the other? In this fic, I'm just gonna say they're the same age because I'm lazy. He was shivering with fear. He was shivering with fear. Chris is giving, I'll say, the Griffith stare right now. Chris. Maybe not the Griffith stare, but you know, like the evil smile he does. You know what? Sophia evil villain monologue. You gotta give us a villain monologue. Right. I mean, it kind of did with Gaster, didn't I? Or do you want me to give you one right off the cuff, like right now? Because if so, that's pathetic. You want me to be the villain right now just because you asked me to? That's so stupid. Frankly, I think all of you should just go home and stay there because that's where you're needed. You couldn't survive in the real world. You gotta give him Scott Pilgrim age difference. No. In the game, probably the same age because Toby seems just as lazy as me. Gaster, I just came here. Okay. So they're in Gaster's Dark World. Wait. Gaster's in the thumbnail! How'd you not know? Ugh. Anyway. They're in Gaster's Dark World. Susie got her ass kicked by him. And the Dark World shows, like, visions of, like, different timelines and what happened in them before they got erased. Ralsei is looking into one where Chris killed Susie. There we go. Now you're caught up. The Hellion hometown incident. What happened? Toriel destroyed hometown, and yeah. Chris looked into Ralsei's pink eyes. Why are you so afraid of me? The reason why no one else in the hometown seems to care with us, because she was somehow a bigger menace than Susie. Azriel got to defeat. Okay. Why are you so afraid of me? Yes. Nice. Falling into a frown. Susie, you killed her. So. She deserved that. Oh god, I had to cut out Ralsei's. I'm yeeking out. No one Dude, no one cares that your daughter is missing. Thoughts on dresses. Ugh. I used to wear a lot of dresses when I first came out, but now every time I wear them I feel uncomfortable in them. It's just like, I don't know. I like baggy pants because they have free movement, but I just like, I don't know, I don't like feeling like a gust of wind could just like make my skirt fly up, you know what I mean? So I just don't wear them anymore. I feel like perverts design dresses, you know, honestly. So, she deserved that. Chris said coldly. She hurt me. Every day. Chris said, trying hold back their anger. How come short Chinese dresses are more popular than long ones? Because perverts design them. Whatever. Pants are where it's at. Couldn't imagine living in an era where it was considered taboo for women to wear pants. Chris genocided hometown and editorial. No. The idea I'm going for is that since Chris killed Susie, the prophecy can't come to pass. Thus, they and Ralsei are free now. You know what I mean? Because now they aren't the heroes anymore because there's no more girl. You know what I mean? Their anger. She was our friend. And you... said through tears. That's if Susie is the girl in the prophecy. If she isn't, then what's the fucking point? If it's Noelle, then fuck. Okay. Imagine this. It's chapter 7. Susie has finally come to terms with dying for her friends. And then out of nowhere, Noelle comes in and Piccolo sacrifices herself in front of Susie. And then Susie is sad because her girlfriend died. And then and that's it. And that's what happened. That'd be lame. You'd all fucking hate that, wouldn't you? Susie's entire arc is about becoming a hero. If she wasn't the hero in the prophecy, then all of that is kind of pointless, in my opinion. Because now she has to grapple with sacrifice, too. It's so good. Yeah, whatever. I wasn't the one who found it. Imagine Deltarune getting a good ending, but Birdley's still in a coma. Yeah, okay. I'll say set. Ugh. I keep misspelling things. It's so annoying. Maybe I should have paid attention. It doesn't matter. She was our friend and you. So what? That went wrong way. So what? Now that stupid pass. We aren't the three heroes anymore. Snowgrave Burley's gonna come back in chapter 5. I think the part of the story that the prophecy is very rigid is gonna happen. The final panel is Senna killing himself because we have this jading Jevil. I feel like Deltarune satirizes and parodies prophecy tropes. It both does and doesn't. You know what I mean? It plays a lot of things straight too. Here, let's change. Okay. This is classical music, so it can't get Sarah. Just for here. Actually, I should check. This should be in public domain. Public domain. Huh, it is in the public domain because it was in 1822. There we go. I used to listen to this song when writing villain dialogue for one of those comics that will never come out. We aren't the three heroes anymore. Chris said coldly, holding back their anger. How about it? You killed her, Chris. You killed her, Chris! There we go. You... Our friend. That would mean from the start. Not to mention chapter 4, Noelle was supposed to go with Chris. No, she was not. That's a fucking lie. Noelle offered for her and Susie to go and get the chalk. Are you suggesting that there are now two girls of the prophecy? Because if Chris wasn't there, Susie would have gotten it? No, you need to replay the game. You can't just trust what Reddit posts say because they're fucking wrong. I swear to God, I hear this argument all the time. Noelle was supposed to get the chalk. Noelle was supposed to get the chalk with Susie. She offered to get it with Susie. The bit is that Noelle wanted no alone time with Susie. Oh my God. You guys, have you guys even played the game? Have you played the game? If not, I will boot up chapter 1 and I will fucking show you the line. But have a good day. I'm sorry for getting heated, chat. I've just had a very rough day. Sorry, chat. No, we're Deltarune fans. None of us have actually played it. If you think the viewer reach made it you, Sophia? Yeah, probably. Sorry about that. It was for sure the other way around. No, it was not. It was. Oh my god. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're doing it. 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 We're doing it, chat. We're doing it, chat. We're doing it, chat. Sophia, the real girl in the prophecy, was actually Alfie's. Don't you fucking start with me, little man. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. It's right at the fucking beginning of the game. It's right at the fucking beginning of the game. There we go. There we go, chat. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go, chat. There we go. Here. 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 Once upon a time. Go fuck yourself, old man. I don't give a fuck. Toilet. Card castle throne. Let's start a new file. Oh, hey, WDG. Are you here? Are you connected? I think I fucking am. God damn it. Can we just skip this piece of shit? Have you even played this game? I have a fucking save file. Excellent. Oh, God. I can't do the voice. Truly excellent. There we go. Sophia, are you okay? Oh boy, howdy, I'm fine. This game is nearly 8 years old. First. Okay. Can I fucking skip this? Alright, yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Are you kidding me? I'm logged out of the game. Oh, okay. That's why pressing C wasn't working. Okay. This is your body. Do you accept it? Sure I do. Oh boy. Excellent. You have created a wonderful form. Now, let us shape its mind as your own. Oh, what's its favorite? It's sweet. Of course it is. Favorite blood type? Gotta be A. Color doesn't like red. You know me, such a red enjoyer. Kindness. How do you feel? I feel love. Well, no. Have you acknowledged the possibility of pain and seizure? Understood. Give it a name. Yep, A. We called it A. And what about the creator? A. Okay, yep. Oh, look, unique gaster dialogue, guys. Unique dialogue. Oh, yep. Of course. Of course. Of course they are the same. Sorry, WDG. I gotta prove this fucking chatter wrong. Okay. For your answers, for your wonderful creation, will now be discarded. Whoa, Chris Dreamer, is that you? Oh boy, you speak the same as Kara, but hey, it's a total mystery who this is. Thank you for the $5 donation. I'm the girl in the prophecy. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Sorry for getting so heated. It's just a bit now. The bit's gotta continue. The bit revolving. The bit revolving. Chat. Dude, this car is merging without looking. Alright. Chris, it is... Did you know that I had a thing? I think I will do a hometown incident later. Stay away from that Birdly bitch, or else I will destroy the entire goddamn city. Did you know that the girl in the prophecy is Noelle? Yes, it is. Oh, I know it is hard to believe, but did you actually notice that the girl is holding a sword and not an axe? This means, of course, that it must be Susie. It must not be Susie, despite the fact that she is a warrior and Noelle is a mage. But let us push that aside, my child, because this is more important. This is the most important part of theorizing, my child. This is great. What if the girl's gender is up to interpret? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna take a gun. Got rated to play Deltarune. Alright, my child. I'm going to go kill them all now. Where's the Birdly X? Oh, yep. Ah, there's my main man. So does everyone have a... Oh, boy. Oh, Chris. We're doing group projects. Okay, here we go. Chris. It's late again, I see. You need a partner? Sorry, I'm already partners with the second smartest student. Though, wait, Chris, now that I think about it, your unique skill set might help a lot in this assignment. Pfft, not. I actually want to get an A. Oh, boy! Fucking love this guy! Hey, Chris, what's up? Did you lose your pencil again? You want a candy cane or the one with the lights on it? Huh, you want to be partners? Sorry, Birdly already asked me. But I could ask Miss Alphys if we could make a group of 3. I miss my family. You don't have a family anymore, fucker. Let's go. Yes, ask. Okay, I'll ask. Miss Alphys, is it okay if we have a group of 3? Hey, what? No, I do not approve of this. What? But Chris doesn't have a... Noelle, what were you saying? She was just saying we were fine being alone. Actually, I just wanted to... Guys, this is important. This is dialogue. This is reading. Reading, damn it. Reading! Noelle, can you please speak up? See, Noelle is quiet because she is nervous. This is a trait shared by her. However, she feels emboldened by this character. I wonder what her name is. I wonder if I made a fucking video about this character, chat. I wonder if I'd know. I wonder if I'd know. But hey, act like the experts here. Act like the experts. Hi, Susie. See, that's a joke because Alphys is now reduced to a pile of mush in front of the aura chat that is fucking Susie. Okay? Okay. Chris and Susie don't kiss in the game. Exactly, that's something the fans made up, and it's stupid. But we're gonna move on from that. Huh. Am I late? Oh no, you're fine. We were just, choosing partners for the next group project, and... Susie, you're with Chris. See, Alphys immediately put Susie with Chris because she wants to get rid of her. This is important information to be conveyed into your brain, okay? Alphys does not think very highly of both either Susie or Chris, okay? Okay. Great. Susie isn't happy about it either. This is important information. Guys, remember Chris and Susie kiss in chapter 15. You wish, buddy. Oh boy, chat moves a bit too much, guys. Please slow down. No, move faster, fuckers. I don't want to see you ever again. Now that everyone's here, I'll write the assignment. Oh, guys, look. She can't write because she doesn't have any chalk. Has anyone seen the chalk? Guys, we're heading up on the scene! We're heading up on the scene, chat! We're heading up on the scene! Oh my god, it's important! And this is the 3rd time it's gone missing. This shows us that it's gone missing before, meaning it isn't the start to the fucking prophecy. But whatever. If the chalk was so vitally important to the fucking plan of the angel's heaven, sure. Sophia, do you need help? Do I need help? I think you need a dick in your ass, you fucker. Okay? This is the 3rd time it's gone missing, and you all know that I can't start class without some. Chris and Susie don't kiss in that scene. They don't kiss in any of these scenes, because that's something you fuckers made up. But whatever. Clip this, chat. Clip this. Whatever. Anything to disprove Death Knight, right? Anything to prove that Susie isn't the girl in the prophecy, because that's too obvious, chat. And we like unpredictability. We're Deltarune fans. We don't thrive on what's predictable, on what's good, on what the story is building towards. We want a random twist villain, a random twist ending, because that is what Toby Fox envisioned 11 years ago. But that's fine. That's fine. Because we are going to start class without some chalk. But we can't. Oh. So how about this? If no one speaks up, everyone gets in trouble. Oh, this is a vital information. I think we just... anyone, please? Hey, there might be a box in the supply closet. This is important. Who is Noelle going with? Who is she going with to the supply closet to get chalk? Miss Alphys, why don't Susie and I? She's not going with Chris. She's going with Susie, you fucking morons! Oh, what if you're wrong, Sophia? What if you're interpreting this wrong? Oh, imagine how horrible she was as a bully. Why don't Susie and I... Good idea, Noelle. Susie, since you came in last, why don't you go get it for me? God, thank you for the $5 donation. Sophia, the Joker. I know you get it for me. And it's I assume. Whatever. And Chris, you go with her to make sure she actually gets it. And stays out of trouble. Okay, chat, we have got to the scene to prove you wrong. So... I think we broke Sophia. Stop spelling my name wrong, dipshit. I chose it for a reason. She turned into a beast for a moment. Wait, Sophia, I blinked and I missed it. Rewind the damn stream! Selfies changed the prophecy. No! It doesn't matter! The chalk doesn't matter! It's a prop to get them both in the supply closet, which they both likely would have gone down anyway, because it's fate. Because it is fated in the goddamn Bible. You are all dumb. You all hyperfixate on this dumb, meaningless thing because you want to prove that the blonde-haired dear girl, our precious little Noelle, $2. Sophia's gonna change. Thank you for the money. That Noelle Holiday, the sweet innocent church girl that we manipulate into killing people. You know, for shock value and stuff. Because she must be the girl in the prophecy. Because we can't find any other use for her. It's not like she's the main character's childhood best friend. Birdley's best friend. Is important to the plot. Has a mom who's the mayor. Or has a sister that's missing. Or hell, is Susie's fucking girlfriend. None of that matters. She must be the girl in the prophecy because Susie's arc doesn't matter, guys. It's just for shits and giggles. Okay, chat. Now we can move on with the fanfiction. Alright. Need to run by everyone. Please clip that, someone. That was a legendary bit. Alright, let's get back to this shit. Why is this over here? This belongs over here in the first monitor. Here we go. I'm sorry. Yeah, Noelle is the second hero. That's oh dear God, Sophia. Shall we refer to this as a Great Sophia crash out? No. Refer to it as a Great Sophia crash out of right now. Because I'm not done, buddy. I'm recording you. I've been recording you this whole time. 5 days into the year. Guys, Chris and Susie kiss. That's all that matters. It's all that matters. It's all that fucking matters. Here, let's go back. Let's get back on track. Are we bums? Give them the yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna start giving people who suggest dumb shit in chat the Deku voice. Susie Vessel Theory, go! The Flying Zebra. Are we bums? Okay, let's continue. I feel like these streams are the best ones I've ever done, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. 3 heroes, Chris said coldly. You killed her, Chris. You murdered our friend. I never understood the fixation on Noelle in main 3. You just used them to wash their hands of violence. Anyone could have worked. I don't know. Maybe it's because Noelle is a main character in the game. Maybe it's because not every main character needs to be linked to the goddamn prophecy. Oh, what? Spampton isn't in the prophecy. Guess he doesn't matter. Jesus Christ. You're gonna make me, like... You're wrong. Solely because of Rule 3, Sophia is always wrong. So, Toby's gonna reference the stream and I fucking... Dude, I fucking hope Batat gets, like, a rant. Like the Green Pippins. I hope he gets a rant where he's, like... Where he goes, like, over Dragon Blazer's lore. And it's just like clips from the stream. No, because we see it right here. Like he boots up the fucking game to prove them wrong. Only relevant for 2 chapters. What about Caddy and Jockington? What about them? They haven't done shit. Oh, but guys, Jockington's a goner. Guys, Caddy summoned a demon with Chris. Whoa, what about them? Give me a reason to care, and then I'll fucking care. But until then, I don't. And for last time, Fluey, they don't kiss. Okay, I need to calm down. Okay. They have dialogue portraits for, like, no reason at all. Hey. You know who else has a dialogue portrait? And does fuck all in the game? Sans. And you know what Sans does? He does your mom. So, Jockington, he's gonna have a good time with your brother later. And you're gonna be forced to watch it. Well, it's actually the cage and we're the girl. Susie's arc doesn't fucking matter. It says. Chat. What? Who keeps the world spinning round and round? My point is, dialogue portraits don't matter. Characters like Gerson, Spampton, and Jevil don't have them, and they're clearly important. Hey, Sophia, I have the facts. Noelle's actually the cage. We're the girl, and Susie's arc doesn't fucking matter. Okay, you're low-key the modern hero. Sounds the kind of guy to seem important, but he's pointless. Okay. Chris, you murdered our friend! So what if I did? I did it. To save you. To save Us. Everyone. What is this place? Where am I? Yo, you're in a fanfiction writing stream. Don't rewind at all. Nothing happened. 10 years of theories can't be wrong. Help. Why would I help you? Just kidding. Don't rewind. No, you're in Sophia the worst streams. Who am I? You sure you want to know? Doesn't matter. I didn't murder her. I committed manslaughter. It's different, Chris Goon Theory. And save everyone. Chris whispered. As if they weren't sure. Why? Just remember that Gerson doesn't have a face sprite in the dialogue front. Hey, guess what? You know who else doesn't? Tana. You know who else doesn't? Spamton. Ram. You know, as we go on, we're seeing less and less dialogue sprites. Like Jackenstein doesn't have one. And it makes me wonder if they were all really that important in the first place. Because clearly important characters don't have them. So clearly, they must just be a holdover from Undertale, really. Because Tenna is too big. Oh, but buddy, I can assure you, I totally buy that Susie is homeless. I proved that wrong in the video I made. But sure, none of you actually want to watch that. You want to watch this shit. Cause that's where all the real good shit is. For real dumb Sam sedated a giant snail and then starts hitting on Asgore. Piss off Chris more. I feel like in this fic, Sans and Toriel are done. As if they weren't sure why they had done it. Why does Rules have more budget than their talk sprite? I don't want to watch that video. I want to watch this shit. 6 months of my goddamn life. 6 months of my goddamn life. You know what? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Because what's the point of spending 6 months of your life on something that no one likes anyway, when you can just open up a goddamn Google document and write about Birdley and Chris kissing and get thousands of views? You know, what's the point, you know? I mean... Sophia, is everything alright? Yeah, no, I'm just fucking with you. Like, legitimately, I'm just fucking with you. Because we need to get to the bottom of this. I think you're straying too far into shock value. I think Sophia's dying inside. Buddy, I've been dying inside since you were a kid. Alright. Chris whispered as if they weren't sure why they had done it. These are going to be fun VODs to watch. Okay, I'm watching that video. 6 months. Guys, I was joking. You don't have to watch something you don't want to, okay? I was joking. Honestly, I mean it. I was just joking. I was just fucking with you. Like, for real, okay? Anytime my voice does this, I'm joking, okay? For real. Okay? If I'm legitimately upset, I'm not going to play it up to a crowd. I'm just going to end stream. You know? What's the point of streaming if I'm not having a good time? Like, legitimately. Guys, legitimately, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Chris can't talk. This is unrealistic. This is writing currently for 2 weeks does to a person. Ken and Chris. I'm just saying, chat. I'm just saying. I wouldn't be streaming if I wasn't having a good time. I'm playing up to you guys like a fucking wrestling promo. You know what I mean? Is this even our Chris? No, it's not. It's like past Chris. I don't know why they had done it. Okay. We won't watch the Boo Suck video and repeat. That hurts my soul. Okay, that like legitimately that hurts me more than okay. That fucking hurts. Yeah. It's fine. I think you're rage baiting her, but truly she's playing us for fools. Having a fucking horrible day. Wrestling. Oh, come on. You guys don't know what wrestling is? You guys need to watch some wrestling. Hell, it's a Monday night. Turn on some wrestling. It's the first Raw of the new year. Come on, chat. You know what? I should make like a playlist called Videos You Need to Watch to Understand My Channel. And it's going to be like full of like a ton of wrestling promos. Just so you guys get it. Just so you guys get it. As if they weren't sure why they had done it. I'm good. Wrestling is scripted. Exactly. That's why it's good. Should I actually do a video? Yeah, do whatever you want, man. Save everyone. You killed her! I'll say screamed. Birdly, why'd you go and eat Noel? No. This is probably going to be the hardest part of the fic to read. Chris had taken the back of their gauntlet and smacked, or I'll say, across the face. It made, or I'll say, cringe looking at it. Don't fucking do it. Don't you write that. We should tell everyone that these are good sheep to fall asleep to. And you know the funny thing is, there are people who like watch these streams to fall asleep. Thank you for the $5. You've donated $5 like 20 times. Thank you. Stream is very easy to fall to, especially when she's playing Deltarune. Thank you. Or made Ralph say cringe looking at it. So then, or I'll say, buy the scarf. I did this for you. I wonder how creepy we should make this. You told us we would all die. So I shortcut and saved your life. Or fight the sentence there. Got a friend of me. Just join. Looks beautiful. We're gonna get a Relsay cameo. We could. This is more like saved your life. Vote for standard family Susie. They screamed. Before pulling toxic yaoi. Frisk. And before pulling into a tight hug. I couldn't live without you. I'll take a ship cruisy. Yeah, oh boy, I wonder if you ship cruisy or not. You've said for the past 30 minutes that you want Chris and Susie to kiss. Over and over and over again. And it makes me wonder if you ship cruisy or not. So you telling me is actually really useful information. Thank you. Yes, human family Susie is winning. It's a very popular headcanon. Sophia hates straight ship. It's not a straight ship! I explained this! Do I need to pull out the MS Paint again? Sophia, what's your favorite Deltarune crack ship? I wonder what it is. I wonder if it has anything to do with Chris and Birdley. I wonder. Ooh. I wonder, jeez. Ruminate long and hard on this. How about this? No MS Paint. Make a new one and spin the cup. Except the concept of gender better. Okay. Sophia, we need MS Paint. Other than Cuckley, okay. Probably Carriel then. Couldn't live without you. They whispered into his ear. Presidential committee with their not again. Have you all heard about the how long did it take her smile IRG? Yes, I have no idea what it means except for death of the night. Birdley, you couldn't shout that loud, Chris. Teach us the concept of gender better. Actually, teach us Deltarune. Don't put up with this shit, or else they switch him down. Hey. He shuddered. I love you. He said. And this continued holding other covered in Susie's blood for the next 5 minutes of footage. Elsa was appalled. Imagine if this is the real Chris just in front of Elsa and not. I just know Elsa has the dark world What's the fic about this time? Low-key wasn't paying it. Okay. It's the same fanfiction. Okay. So, chapter 1. Chris kisses Birdley. This causes Toriel to destroy hometown. Chapter 2. Toriel goes on trial. Her ass gets sent to prison. The gang finds a dark fountain in Rudy's room because you voted for him to die, you fucking reprobates. But it's fine. It's fine. Because then the WD-40 man shows up. He says, "Would you like to see my Deltarune?" And then Rouse said, no. And then, like, Susie got mixed. She's, like, with Noelle now and like internally bleeding. Noelle is, like, trying to find Rouse. Rouse is in, like, this, like, hall. Rouse, Gaster's Dark World is full of, like, prophecy panels from Chapter 4, except they show, like, timelines that have come to pass. Should Rudy come back like Gerson? No! Fanfic's gonna make you jock it. He is jocking it? Who the hell is... Where's our vessel, Sophia? They are with Birdley. Does Rudy come back like Gerson? No. Elsa was appalled. His stomach sank. What was this? Man had mentioned that these rooms showed worlds that came to pass. I've been streaming for an hour. No. So this really happened. I'll say wanted to vomit. You wanted to scream. You wanted to cry. But for some reason, he just couldn't. If he had ever told Chris about how he felt, would this have been the result? No. The Chris he knew wouldn't do this. But nobody came, yeah. Maybe it's the way you're dressed. See, or I'll say, this is our canon event. No, the Chris. Wouldn't do this. This be a world where they were a different person. Still, they looked the same. And number one, because I swore the most. Guys, come on. Swears don't get you awards. They get you almost kicked out of school. Don't ask how I know that. Alright, I'm going to reread the whole thing. Rouse walked into the abyss, the echo of his footsteps the only company on his journey. He finally had time to ruminate on what had happened to him. He had been impaled. He didn't even see it coming. He was sure he would eventually find an opponent. Sophia, have you seen this channel called Jockington Fan 318? No. Didn't even see it coming. He would eventually find an opponent he didn't know how to read, but he wasn't prepared for the day what would finally happen. Susie was probably out there getting hurt or worse. By the looks of things, each room in the dark world was connected somehow, like a massive spider web. This meant that he would eventually find Noelle. He didn't know if he wanted to, but it was likely the only path to survival. Guys, I think she's thirsty. Huh? Well, let's bring him in here. Come out, Jockington Fan 318. Huh. Please don't harass people. People can join my stream if they want to. If they don't want to, then that's on them. He stopped walking and sat down, clutching his knees. He clutched them tightly. He knew his knees wouldn't leave him. His two friends, the two people he loved most in the world, were spending less and less time with him. He felt guilty. Guilty because he knew this would happen. He told them that he wasn't real, but these feelings of abandonment, they felt real. He felt sick. Chris had stayed in Castletown for 3 days. He was so excited. He would he finally would see their face again. There we go. No. Whoa, edgy. But they hold themselves away. And Susie was spending more and more time with her. He was happy that Susie had friends in the real world, of course, but ever since that festival, maybe even before that, it was always about her. He dug his face into his scarf, tears welled up in his eyes, before the bright shine of a screen-like object lit up before him. It was staticky for a while, but the glow filled the room. Before, there was light. Slash. Blood sprayed everywhere, coating the walls. It rained on the ceiling, dripping down with a sickly drop noise. Elsie's eyes widened. It was Chris. Oh. Hi, Jockington Fan 318. It was Chris. Their sword and their face dripping with red. Their eyes lit up. They looked so determined. With a loud thud, Susie fell on her back and then faded into dust. Then a noise was coming as if it was coming from an old TV show. Chris? Elsie was shocked. It was his own voice. Chris, what are you? Fear intermingled with the prince's voice. He stepped back. And Chris turned their head and stepped forward. Deep bags under their eyes. They were shambling, shaking with dread, excitement, or maybe they were afraid. Their boots clanged and clacked on the stone floors of Castletown. Their heads swayed. I did it. They finally opened their mouth to speak. A twisted smile slowly grew on their face. I saved us. Their bloodshot eyes turned to Ralsei. Now there won't be an ending. I freed us. He stumbled back until his back hit a stone wall. Ralsei looked at the screen. What was he watching? It was like he had just seen a snuff film. I saw one. One where one of his only friends died and turned to dust before him. Streaming fan art right off the platter. Oh, okay. Give me a sec. We'll do that after I'm done reading. Oh God, I can see it. It's the trial. Okay. Now we can be. Chris approached Ralsei on the screen before cupping his face with a bloodied hand. They said to face them. He was shivering with fear. Chris looked into Ralsei's pink eyes. Why are you so afraid of me? They asked, their face falling into a frown. Susie, you killed her. So, she deserves it. She hurt me every day, Chris said, trying to hold back their anger. She was our friend, and you... Ralsei said through tears. Ugh. So what? Now that stupid prophecy can't come to pass. We aren't the heroes anymore, Chris said coldly. You don't mind me asking, why do you write? I don't know. I guess it's easier than drawing. You killed her, Chris! You murdered our friend! So what if I did? I did it to save you. To save us. Everyone, Chris whispered, as if they weren't sure why they'd done it. You killed her! Ralsei screamed. Chris had taken the back of their gauntlet and smacked Ralsei across the face. It made Ralsei cringe looking at it. And Chris grabbed Ralsei by the scarf. Calm down, Chris. We're your friend. You just cursed the stream with 1,000 roaches by mentioning slop gold. You know, I used to be afraid of cockroaches as a kid. Until our class had to take care of one for like a thing when I was a kid. Oh, they aren't so bad. Though I wouldn't want them infesting my house, I guess. I did this for you. You told us that we would all die if we faced the angels, so I took a shortcut and saved your life. Now quit being so weak, they screamed before pulling him into a tight hug. I couldn't live without you, they whispered into his ear. He shuddered. You what? I what? What do you mean? I love you, they said. The two continued. I wonder if I should make like their dialogue more possessive. I don't know. I feel like that might give people the wrong impression though, considering how weird people get about that. I dressed as Ralsei for Halloween, and someone grabbed the scarf and nearly squeezed my head off. Sounds like, I don't know, you need to kick their ass. Not pleasant. Ralsei was appalled. His stomach sank. What was this? The man had mentioned that the room showed worlds that came to pass, so this really happened? Ralsei wanted to vomit. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry, but for some reason he just couldn't. If he had ever told Chris about how he felt, would this have been the result? No. The Chris he knew wouldn't do this. This had to be a world where they were a different person. Still, they looked the same. Ralsei leaned against the cold wall of the room. It was the only comfort he had. Versus Ralsei ass energy. Do you just no? I actually really like Ralsei as a ship. You guys voted on making it a bad glimpse, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the most fucked up thing I can do. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I could write a scene like this for like shitting on a ship I don't like. You know what I mean? I feel like that'd be too mean-spirited. Like if I had like a Cruzy one where Susie was just beating the shit out of Chris the entire time and being like a really abusive girlfriend, I feel like that would be like really sickening. You know what I mean? It's because I like the ship that I wrote this. Birdsay. I don't have a problem against Birdsay. I think it's funny. I think the idea behind it is really dumb. Like, Burley's just like, ah, yes, a gamer boy. My favorite. I want Birdsay Sophia. Ihan. He didn't to live anymore. He didn't want to live. His life had been short. Only about 8 months long. But in that time, he had known. Where's fucking Ship and Curdley's right there. Because in that time he had known. A lot of people don't like Ralsei because they think that Ralsei is Asriel. Like my friend Mediocre doesn't like Ralsei for that reason. I don't think Ralsei and Asriel are like in any way connected though. I think Ralsei is called Ralsei because the prophecy needed an Asriel or something. So I don't have a problem with it, but for a lot of people, it's like really hard to get a. Curdley is the best ship. I agree. Curdley is the best. Like, people write legitimately really cute stuff for Curdley. I read this one where it's like Chris like gets ready to go to the festival with Birdley, and it's so like over the top and sickeningly sweet that you just can't help but smile at it. It's like the idea that Chris, this like uber edgelord, servant of the night, or a farming god, is like really into this like nerdy outcast. This like nerdy outcast is like really funny to me. You know what I mean? The fuck is Mediocre? Oh, I played Undertale with them. It's just my friend. I love the Titanic ship, but Curdley needs his heaps better. Okay. When in that time he had known friends, enemies, people he enjoyed seeing, people he hated seeing. This despair knowing that his friends would leave him, and if they didn't, they could be driven to madness. Sophia was driven to madness. Not really. Should have run away when you had the chance from the Deltarune. You know, I think this is really funny. I like how we have scenes like this that are like kind of fucked up, and then like and then we like scroll all the way up, and then it's you know, shit like this. And then it's shit like this. Damn it. Fix yourself. There you go. And then timey. No. I'll delete that. That's too edgy. You're into madness by it. Why is there also... Yeah, he's not even talking. This is just like the narrator explaining. Okay, so Susie's mentor is Jevil, and her parents are foster parents. Got it. Alright, see you later. Guys are coming into Aura Farm, or I'll see you the next day. Play a game, avoid the fandom. Bye. Okay. There was an emptiness within the boy. Resolve. Yet resolve. Perhaps even determination drove him forward. Chris taking me out? Likely story. That's what Susie say if she were here. And you need to hold on to that encouragement. So he continued onward into the deep abyss. I look for fanfics, more character interaction, preferring nah, minor spelling mistakes. It seems like you've never seen one of my streams before. Deep abyss. The screen buzzed around him. It reminded him of the dark sanctuary and their many prophecies. Some were one showed Chris pushing some girl that looked Sophia, don't forget my fan. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I forgot. Alright. Alright, this is Cat Consumer's fan art. Alright, Okay. This is pretty good. I like this a lot. Well, we haven't seen each other in the past few years. Truth be told, I don't know if he considers me his friend. Does he know? 7. I'd say 7. Oh, right. Wait. Sorry. I have to read this, in the... Alright now, Carol, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank your friendship with Toriel? Wow, 7 is a high number indeed. No one's ever scored me that high. So, Miss Toriel, how would you rank your friendship with Carol from 1 to 10? This is so fucking funny. 8. I'd say an 8. Holy guacamole! You two must be good enough friends to be roommates. And then there's Bertley in the background, like, losing his shit. He's like, oh my god, they are fucking... Oh my god. The fucking court. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good, chat. I'm linking it. You did an amazing job. This is like the... This is totally the vibe. You did such an amazing job. Changing the fucking music. In a little bit, I'm gonna take a break to go eat something. Because I probably should. It's pretty late for me. I haven't eaten anything. In the dark, No. Screens buzz around, and there are many prophecies. Some girl that looked like Noelle into a hill with rusty open doors. Others showed Susie threatening Chris by biting an apple in half. Real Chris Deltarune. Sophie will be enjoying Forgotten Man music by biting an apple now. You've been Forgotten Man. Light nerds. Others showed happier moments. Like the time Susie had named herself Ass on Tenna's game show. Or Chris and Ralsei's ride down the acid tunnel. Looking these made Ralsei feel bitter sweet. Ralsei cringe. Me lightners are just individuals. Peek into the light. My life is becoming. I'm a lightener. I can see. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, are we like doing. What the hell are we doing, chat? So, I'm gonna be right back. There's a light that's really bugging me. I'm gonna go cover it with a blanket or something. Alright, I'm back. Alright. I made feel bittersweet. Reliving moments was nice, but they were over. Then, for some strange reason, I feel like half this fic is just dumb shit posting, the other half is me traumatizing the Deltarune cast. Right in front of him was a tree. It looked like one of them from the Scarlet Forest. How did it get all the way over here? You can't traumatize me, I'm already dead inside. Hi, I'm new. What's this fic about? A lot. Okay. So, in chapter 1, Toriel went demon mode and destroyed all of Hometown because she saw Chris kissing Birdley. And she snapped. She couldn't take it anymore. This fic is largely about the aftermath of that, as well as building new things. So we had Toriel's trial, which was really funny. I recommend rewatching like the streams where we wrote the trial, I might reread. I might end the stream with like a reread of the script and the script fic. Sorry, I'm tired. Now currently, Noelle and Susie are in a dark world created in Rudy's room that ghasts are made to look for Rudy, not knowing that Rudy is already dead. We are now taking a break from Noelle and Susie because they did some gay shit, and Ralsei is by himself and alone. So one of the unique properties of Gaster's Dark World is that, much like how Chapter 4 showed like prophecy panels, this world has panels that show things that happened in previous worlds, like previous timelines basically. And since there are an infinite amount of them, and now Ralsei has found a strange tree. Right in front of him was a tree. It looked like one of them in the front. Right in front of him was a tree. It looked like one from the Scarlet Forest. How did it get all the way over here? Was it even possible to see a tree like that in this world? Can't believe there's a stream of some dude making Deltarune fanfiction. This truly is a year. Gas River. I mean, if you guys don't like it, you don't have to watch it. Impossible. Unless... Sorry. I'll say approached it, assuming it was another screen, but there was no static. What was in front of him was a real 3D object. Strange. But he had come to see far stranger. Was far stranger. Then he saw it. What looked like a silhouette moving behind the tree. It only moved once or twice, but its shadow was clear to see. I disagree with the assessment that drawing is easy. It isn't. It's hard. Writing is easy. But the shadow was clear to see. It darkened the purple bark of the tree. Ralsei wondered he should continue. Surely, if someone was hiding behind a tree, then they did not want to be disturbed. No. Leaving them be was the best. But there was something odd, bizarre about this tree. What is this fan fiction about? I just explained. Peak feed. Okay, so, Little Pete needs to get back into drawing because I need to redefine their skills. Never gave up practice. Basically, what is this fic about? Toriel destroyed hometown because she saw Chris kissing Birdly. Birdly and Toriel fought. Toriel basically ran the ones of the whole town. It got destroyed. Then it became invincible for a little bit. Then Toriel went on trial. She went to prison. Then Susie and Noelle found a dark world inside Rudy's hospital room, so they decided to explore. Ralsei showed up, as he does, and then they came across a strange man with a yellow and pink eye and holes in his hands. So then he naturally mixed the shit out of all of them. He beat them up. Especially Susie, who got her ass beat. Noelle saved Susie, and now we're with Ralsei, and Ralsei is discovering a strange tree where it shouldn't be. Sorry, just got here. No, it's fine. But this tree, it was the only bit of foliage in the entire dark world. It was out of place. And why did it take the form of one from the Scarlet Forest? Chapter 3, Chris gets therapy. No. Is the young man there? Why did it take the form of one from the Scarlet Forest? Ralsei walked slowly, getting a pit beneath his stomach. And then, as he approached, the voice began to... The person behind the tree began to speak. Far away into chapter 2. Not even halfway through. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding, dude. I'm not even fucking joking. I'm not even joking, chat. We haven't even gotten to half the scenes I've wanted to get to. Began to speak. Isn't it weird that things that come to pass are forgotten. Maybe it isn't weird. How long will chapter 3 be? I don't know. 122 fucking pages and it's only chapter 2. I believe you mean 127 pages. Maybe it isn't weird. People, though. People, however, seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? Or I'll say, stood there, feeling a cold sweat brew on his forehead. It's not even double space. How gay can you make Susie and Noelle? We can get far gayer, chat. I was just flexing my muscles before. If you want me to go full pedal to the metal, we can make them really gay. Word count? Oh, let's check the word count. Na 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 na. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that things that come to pass are forgotten? Maybe it isn't weird. People, however, seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? His forehead. The voice was comforting. Nostalgic. But he had never heard it before. Had he? It's like 1/20th of the poem stuck. Don't worry, chat. Nostalgic even. Four. Had he? It was old and yet young. It was loving yet cold. It was quiet and yet it was loud. You didn't answer. That's very rude. Have you ever thought of a world where everything was the same, except you don't exist? My one request that Chris goes to therapy and it makes it way worse. No, we're not doing that. Can we make Chris go to therapy? That's 10 has not appeared yet. Kind of reminds me of that one paper trail of the one Deltarune comic. I don't know what you're talking about. I would ask you to link it, but you can't link things in YouTube. It's really upsetting. That's very rude. Have you ever thought of a world where everything is the same, except you don't exist? Everything was the exact same. Your friends, people who know you, all exist happily without you. Alright, what was this pull for? Ralsei in the light world. Okay. We can't do Ralsei in the light world. We can find her. Can't believe Egg Room 4 references. It's so over for... It's so fucking over for Topert. Yes, Chris, I guess we get Ralsei in the light world. Gotta find a way to do that. I'll exist happily without you. No, it's as if you never mattered. You can relate, can't you, my friend? Retconning Ralsei's Darkner status. Oh, we have to find a way to make it work. I don't know how we can find a way to make that work. It was as if you never even mattered. You can relate. Can't you? My friend. My friend. Or else. Felt stomach drop. Who was this person? How did he know what it was like? Shadow Crystals could probably help you. Ralsei just becomes an object. No. We could say that something pure crystal light. Ralsei in the light world. My friend. How did he know what it was like? Be forgotten. Alone. To be treated as if you didn't matter. It scared him. What was behind that tree? Did he even want to know? Possible to reference fan art from a live stream. What do you mean? Oh, no. Oh, I think make the light world and dark world collide. Maybe at the very end of chapter 3. Did he even want to know? The room felt cold. It gust started. Red leaves flew from the scarlet tree. Who are you? Ralse eventually asked, feeling terrified of what laid beyond. The wind stopped. Cliffhanger. How many chapters? Is this? Probably 3. We'll see if we do more. The wind stopped. The only sound in the room. The sounds of the screens filled up the room with ambience. Ralse started to breathe heavily. I am the forgotten man. The voice responded. What did I miss? Ralse found the man behind the tree. The voice responded. The screens then cut out. The only sound was the gentle panting of Ralse. He began shaking. I remember him, so he's not forgotten anymore. There was a life. Was a time where I was very important. The king asked me to break the barrier
the loyal man that I am. I accepted. Then there's silence. I'll say, finally picked up the nerve to walk forward. I'll read through the whole fic at the end of the stream, don't worry. Don't worry. Well, all of chapter 2. If we read through chapter 1, then well, we'd have to start now, or else we'd go over the time limit. Or else they finally picked up the nerve to walk forward. His soft steps echoed through the room. Why is she so mean? Rewind even further. I've got that question a lot. The barrier was too strong. And we were so weak, yet I remained determined. Yet I remained determined. You look so much like him, you know? The king. In reality, he was a soft man, but a kind leader. Why is Sophia screaming so loud? She's laughing maniacally. I am Sophia, but a kind leader. There's a certain song I would play if I could play it. In reality, he was a soft man, but a kind leader. It was my duty to find a way for us to go free. Oh, hi. I'm new. It's fine. I'll say continued forward. And I'll say continued forward. His pace quickening. The voice had twisted itself. Had become cruel, distorted, and yet familiar. He approached it. The tree stump. He turned to look behind it. There must have been somebody there. But nobody came. It was vacant. Or I'll say, shot his eyes, looking left, looking right. Then he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. Jerry for life. So what'd you make Sophia? Anyway, I'm gonna leave. Oh, okay. Bye. Have fun. What are Sophia's pronouns? I don't want to accidentally misgender. She, her is fine. Ever get art blocked so hard you genuinely start raging? Yeah, that happens. And then I found you. Or I'll say turn his head. He finally had recognized the voice, but it was too late. Gas friender. Yeah. Just rejoined and read that as the barber. But it was too late. He felt a sharp pain through his chest. The doctor plunged his right hand right through Ralsei. He had been impaled twice in the same day. Just rejoined and said that the barber was too strong. Huh? His eyes widened. He gasped. He tried to speak, but couldn't. Just realized my For You page is a lot of self-hatred stuff and I'm just confused. Does this mean something? Write peak curly fanfic, please. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. But he couldn't. Imagine my shock. A world where the war never happened. Never happened. A world wrapped not by oppression, but by fate. Imagine this, dude. You get fucking donutted and then blood keeps talking. This kind of works. In the dark, in the dark. He also just gets murdered in cold blood. He becomes light world as a corpse. He's gonna live this, don't worry. He's just gonna take some punishment first. But he couldn't. I'll say gagged. If he had blood, it would surely have littered the room. Gus said, "This has been my Deltarune. Now you will spend my Five Nights at Freddy's too." It surely would have littered the room. His stuffing. Just sat limp on the floor. Does guys have a stuffed nose? No. No, you just said. Why is everyone mogging over Jerry? I don't know, man. Half the time I question what you guys do and it doesn't make any sense. Okay? You guys are all an enigma to me. Just sat limply on the floor. Fuck, I just wish I could play another hymn. Here. Without getting the stream claimed. Na 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 na. Yes, there's a dote. It's gonna be longer than that one Loud House fanfic. I hope not. Here, let's play Lost Core. Why not? That's Gastery. That's Gastery. Just but his stuffing just on the floor. Tears rolled. His eyes, the pain was unbearable. The doctor began to walk forward. Dropping Ralse on the floor. My name is Dr. W.D. Gaster. You are being loud, House. Dr. House. Say that again. Okay. Dropping Ralse on the floor. He hit the ground hard and stumbled around. Have you ever wondered what it would be like
is my little brother, Wingdings Geester. What if Gaster appears in NPC and just like, hi, I'm WD Gaster, and Susie says, oh, hi, Dad. Jeez.
A world where we can finally end.
When does Woody appear? Never. Just got here. What the fuck is this? Okay, so Gaster just is no diffing Ralsei right now, and he's monologuing. I think I'm gonna reread the entire scene because I really like how it went. Surely, all right. One showed Chris pushing some girl that looked like Noelle into a hill with open rusty doors. Others showed Susie threatening Chris by biting an apple in half. Others showed happier moments. Looking at these made Ralsei cringe. Others showed happier moments. Get the fuck out of my hospital. Also needs to use the femboy power to defeat Greenster. Like that time Susie had named herself Ass on Tenna's game show. Or Chris and Ralsei's ride boat. Boat ride down the acid tunnel. Looking at these made Ralsei feel bittersweet. Like reliving these moments was nice, but they were over. And for some strange reason. Right in front of him, there was a tree that looked like it was from the Scarlet Forest. But how did it get all the way over here? Was it even possible to see a tree like that in this world? Ralsei approached it, assuming it was another screen, but there was no static. What was in front of him was a real 3D object. Strange. But he had come to see far stranger. Then when he saw it, it looked like a silhouette was moving behind the tree. It only moved once or twice, but its shadow was clear to see. It darkened the purple bark of the tree. Oh, that rhymes. Bars? Ralsei wondered if he should continue. Surely, if someone was hiding behind a tree, then they did not want to be disturbed. No. Leaving them would be for the best. But there was something odd, bizarre about this tree. Only a bit of It was the only bit of foliage in the entire Dark World. It was out of place. Why did it take the form of one from the Scarlet Forest? Ralsei walked slowly, feeling a pit beneath his stomach, and then as he approached the person behind the tree, began to speak. Isn't it weird that things that come to pass are forgotten? Maybe it isn't weird. People, however, seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? Weed root, purple guy. Purple guy, okay. This happens every stream. People are just like, when does purple guy from Five Nights at Freddy's appear? And it's like, no, dude, we're not doing that. Ralsei stood there, feeling a cold sweat brew on his forehead. The voice, it was comforting, nostalgic even. But he had come to hear it, but he had never heard it before, had he? It was old, yet young. It was loving, yet cold. It was quiet, yet it was loud. You didn't answer. That was very rude. Have you ever thought of a world where everything was the same, except you don't exist? Everything was the exact same. Your friends, people who know you, all exist happily without you. It's as if you never even mattered. You can relate, can't you, my friend? Ralsei felt his stomach drop. Who was this person? How did he know it was like to be forgotten? To be alone?
forgotten, alone. To be treated as if you didn't matter, it scared him. What was behind that tree didn't... What was behind that tree? Did he even want to know? The room felt cold, and a gust started. Red leaves flew from the scarlet tree. Who are you? Ralsei eventually asked, feeling terrified of what lay beyond. The wind stopped. The sounds of the screen filled up the room. Sounds of the screens filled the room with ambience. Ralsei started to breathe heavily. I am the Forgotten Man, the voice responded. The screens cut out, and the only sound was the gentle panting of Ralsei. He began shaking. There was a time where I was very important. The king asked me to break the barrier. Being the loyal man that I am, I accepted. There was finally silence. Ralsei picked up the nerve to walk forward. His soft steps echoed through the room. The barrier was too strong, and we were so weak. Yet I remained determined. You look so much like him, you know, the king. In reality, he was a soft man, but a kind leader. It was my duty to find a way for us to go free. Ralsei continued forward, his pace quickening as the voice twisted itself. It had become cruelly distorted and yet familiar. He approached it. The tree trunk, turned to look behind it. There must have been something there, but nobody came. It was vacant. Ralsei shot his eyes, looking left, looking right. Then he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. And then I found you. Ralsei turned his head. He finally recognized the voice, but it was too late. He felt a sharp pain through his chest. The doctor plunged his right hand through Ralsei. He had been impaled twice in one day. His eyes widened. He gasped. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. Imagine my shock. A world where the war never happened. A world trapped not by oppression, but by fate. Ralsei gagged. If he had blood, it would have surely littered the room. But his stuffing just sat limply on the floor. Tears rolled from his eyes. The pain was unbearable. The doctor began to walk forward, dropping Ralsei on the floor. He hit the ground hard and then stumbled around. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to create a better future? A world where we can finally end. Ralsei crawled. He managed to bring himself to his knees. He felt it. His life force draining. But with one heal prayer, he knew he would be good as new. His hand glowed green, but then stopped. Glowed green, but then the doctor turned to face him. Alright, I'm bored as fuck already. Bye, dude. Okay. Is this ever going to be put on AO3 or online anywhere? It's going to be put on AO3 when it's done. Demon Toriel needs to adopt, or I'll say. Doctor turned to face him. Face him, but then turned away. Prince. Turned away. He took off his grotesque mask. In some words, I was your ally, Prince. And yet, no matter what I did, her plan wouldn't fail. I've grown so exhausted. Right now, expending the effort to even tell you all of this. Knowing it won't matter. Well, to borrow a phrase from your friend, it really pisses me off. All right. What program or software do you, this is Google Docs. Have you never seen a Google document before? I'm confused. Just then. Grotesque mask. He looked at Ralse with his cold, dead eye sockets. Then, like that, he was gone. Figured it was a dock, but wasn't sure. Don't use it anymore. Okay. Vanishing into thin air. I wish I could just play normal Deltarune music. No, well. Oh, well. What theme would be appropriate? What theme wouldn't get on my nerves? This is going to be real confusing. Because we're going to have Spampton scenes later, although I'm tired as hell, so I'll be heading out. Have fun with the rest of the stream. I figure now is a good time to take a break, actually. So I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to go scarf down some food, and then I'll be right back. How about that? Alright. See you when I see you. Alright, chat, we're back. Alright. Vanishing into thin air. Or I'll say, cast, heal, prayer. Should probably schedule these streams for the weekend though. Oh. And suddenly, the hole within his chest closed up. Just as it had before. However, this time he was alone. Man could attack from any angle. Would he have to use that spell? Yeah, we're back. Yo! See? If things proved dire enough. Then he would just have to a demented skull had fired a blast from its jaw, turning the tree to ash within an instant. Or I'll say, however, had jumped out of the way. Or I'll say, YouTube is not receiving. Hold on, chat. Hold on. How do I fix this? Stream. Okay, that's not what I asked. Output. Streaming. I recommend. Huh. The stream is experiencing some issues. Huh. It seems that my preset slow, good quality. Huh. I really want to experience buffering. I see. Ah, like that. Huh. Okay. How do I fix it? Stream bitrate. But my bitrate is good. Okay. I guess I'm gonna do what YouTube suggested. No, 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 no. YouTube's saying that the stream is bad. I'm trying to fix it. Apply. Does that fix it? Hmm. Well, I don't know how to fix that. That's annoying. The Demented Skull. Would he, within an instant, I'll say however jumped out of the way. It's going to say healing prayer, but that's wrong because that's not the name of the thing. Huh. I don't know how to fix the stream. I don't know. Because it hasn't had this problem before. No, this could prove to be a problem. What say you, chat? Jumped out of the way. He began running forward. The worst thing to do at this moment was stay still. See, okay, the stream fixed itself. See? Stay still. Could have any point. If he knew where Ralse was, then could be over within. Suddenly, before him, a mass of bones appear from the ground. How do we describe this? Like spikes on the floor. Like a spike. Like a spike. Used to damage. Okay, I got very worried for a second. Damage the feet of enemy soldiers. I'll say simply jumped over them. Rel say. He's here, Chad. Rel say. Simply jumped over them. Keeping his eyes open. Scanning for anyone nearby. In the halls of the limit screens played memories past and present. Yeah, I've arrived. Okay. Hi. Holly's ways. Here. I dropped something. Oh well, it won't matter. What's going on? Okay. Rouse is getting jumped by Gaster. He's trying to escape. Suddenly, I'll say, felt gravity more severely. Body surrounded by a blue light. Ugh. Bracing himself. What came next? Or I'll say was. No way, that's the most normal thing ever. Slammed into the ceiling. He felt the stone like substance, not substance, surface crack under his weight. And he then was flung backwards at a blinding speed. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. There we go. At blinding speed. This was bad. all of his progress had been overturned. That happened to chat. Scrolling through YouTube and randomly found this. The history is quite interesting. Everyone else is likely asleep or left because they were bored. Doesn't bother me one iota. This is bad. All of it have been overturned. He turned his head to face the direction where he was flying. But then his face was met with the doctor's fist. No, it's morning for me, so, I mean, it's nighttime for me. And his face was met with the doctor's fist. Ralsei flew into a nearby screen, shattering it instantly. Also, pull a power move. You guys are summoning cheese. It was delicious cheese now. Shattering it instantly. Sharp pains tore through Ralsei's skin, but he remained determined to run and find an opening. The fact that he had resort to pulling the prince back could only mean he was growing frustrated with his attacks missing. I'm with you in the dark. Bro, I'll say it's strong. Then the doctor appeared before him. Made the gasp with shock. He put his hands to cover his face. Right before A roundhouse kick swung at his neck. Once more, the prince found himself flying backwards. Dreamgasser tried to sell me weed. Is that where he gets his strength? Absolutely. And then he's gonna like teleport behind him and then like front kick him, you know what I mean? Like give him the big boot. The doctor appeared right behind. Oh, say, holding his foot up to the Dark Prince with. Bro's still writing peak fan fiction, yeah? New theory just dropped. What do you mean? I'll say shrieked in pain. He was thankful for his darkener biology. If he had been a lightener, that would have crushed his spine. What's popping, gamers? She has streamed for 9 hours straight. This is nothing. What am I watching? Okay, you're watching me write a fan fiction about Deltarune. This started out as a shitposty fan fiction about Birdley and Chris dating. Then it became far more than that. And now we're 130 pages into it. I am so unemployed. History in the making. I am playing Human Fall Flat for. It's okay. There's no shame in being unemployed as long as you hope to fix it. Like, I mean, this is my job. Even if it doesn't really seem like a job, you know what I mean? We're a family. We're all unemployed. Yeah. I would have crushed his spine. I'll say once again bounced forward. He his head be gripped by the tight skeletal grip of the doctor. Just came in. What's the plot? Okay, how do we explain this? Okay, so Toriel destroyed hometown in chapter 1.
This was because Chris and Birdley were dating, and also because her life was a disappointment to her, and she went full demon mode because of that. Because she was tired of consequences and being responsible. Um, this is the aftermath of that. So we had Toriel's trial, which was really funny. Papyrus was her lawyer. It was really dumb. And then then because the chat voted Rudy to die because they're idiots, they didn't have to choose anyone to die. Gaster killed Rudy and then made a dark fountain in his room, and Noelle and Susie are looking for Rudy because they don't know that he's dead. And then Ralsei showed up. We're focusing on Ralsei because Susie and Noelle are looking for him. What does she have against Birdley? Jesus. Have you met Birdley? What if one of you is secretly Toby? You know, the idea gets thrown around every stream. I mean, some Deltarune celebrities have, like, come into my chat, but... If... Of the doctor. His eyes... No. Ralsei's eyes fixated on the doctor. He just had to wait until he started talking again. That would be the best opportunity. We've had Andrew Cunningham show up in chat. We've had Chris Dreamer. We've had Cool Skeleton 95. Like, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. I don't know. Until something from these streams gets referenced in something official, I guess. We allow crossover. No crossovers. I've said this. I don't like crossovers because I feel like that's us admitting that we aren't smart enough to come up with something funny by ourselves, so we're just going to reintroduce something funny from something else. You know what I mean? Few of the Deltarune game. Yeah, like a lot of roleplay accounts. Yeah. That would be the best opportunity. Door. Old Ralph. Say up. In front. Before. How do I say this? He like swings his hand in a circular motion, then slams him on the floor. Yeah. Swinging his arm in a circular motion and slamming Ralsei on the floor. Oh, their beef was like a shit post, basically. They're having like a sub measuring contest. Who? What do you mean? Slamming Ralsei to the floor. Ralsei bounced back up from it. He could only imagine the welt left on his back from this. Jarquavas? Who the hell is that? Sophia, do you enjoy writing this many action scenes? I guess I have to if they... From that slam. I guess I have to enjoy them if I write so many of them. Really, they just come naturally. I'm not saying what you wrote in chat. From that slam. Or I'll say coughed. And then he felt his body become heavy again. The doctor walked up to the suppressed prince and then laid a it's not a boot. And then stomped on his throat.
Guys, is this really a violent action scene? There's no blood.
Join late, what's happening? Gaster is currently beating the shit out of Ralsei because okay, I haven't explained that. Okay. How do I do a plot synopsis? Okay, Toriel destroyed Hometown in Chapter 1 because she saw Chris kissing Birdley. Then, and a combination of other things. Toriel's trial was this chapter. Also this chapter, Gaster and Carol are like, hey, the knight got killed. We need to make a new knight. And Chris, controlled by you guys, was like, hey, why don't we select Rudy? And then everyone was like, what? Why'd you do that? So then Gaster killed Rudy. He was going to do it with Chris, but Chris wasn't there because he... they are too busy dating Birdley. Okay. Susie and Noelle find a dark world in Rudy's room. Wonder what that could be. They find an asylum with a never-ending spiral staircase. In each room, there's a vision of the past, or a past that came to be. Basically, everything that has happened, will happen, and already has happened. Sound confusing? Good. Gaster starts monologuing. He starts aura farming. He has aura farmed Ralsei once before. He aura farmed Susie. He barely aura farmed Noelle, though. That's yet to come. And now he is currently aura farming Ralsei once again. And Ralsei is going to use a mysterious spell on Gaster to try to get away. There we go. So not winning this one. Because Cariel didn't win. I went... No. Cariel did win. We are going to add Cariel's scenes. And stomped on his throat. A hoarse cough echoed through mouth. Has he already said it really is nothing personal? His reintroduction is crazy. It's nothing.
Yeah, no. It really is nothing personal. It really is nothing personal. In fact, if these glimpses were any indication,
random topic. Could you give a name for Monster Kid? What name would it be? I'd call them Miles Kingston because it has the same initials as Monster Kid.
probably Remy or Ray, honestly.
I wrote a fanfic to convince people to vote for Carrie for.
No, Carriel is still going to happen. I mean, it's still already kind of happened, but we're going to get like flashbacks to it and stuff. If the glimpses were any indication, or any indication. You were my favorite. Oh, look how nice Gaster is. The pressure on his foot became even. What about Asgorik's Rudy? To be honest, I've never really seen it. Became even harder. Alright, chat. Dogs have just been dropped off in my room. If you hear any jingles, that's their collars. It isn't anything. Okay. Guys, just beat him up. What do you mean he's so nice? Noel and Chris both have parents that are having gay sex. I low-key feel bad for pressure on his foot became even harder. Says face. Became blue as he coughed and choked for air. Until his pupils disappeared and the whites of his eyes were all that remained.
I haven't started chapter 3.
You should probably play chapter 3. It's really good. Or all that remained. There lie. Or I'll say cold, alone, and now the doctor sighed. He removed his foot from Ralsei's throat. It would only a matter of time before he dissolved like all darkners did. So I've already been spoiled. That's okay, yeah, but a good story is still a good story even if you've been spoiled on it. Running off for fuck off. There later I'll say cold, alone, and now dissolve like all darkness did. To be honest, the fact that darkness became red ash upon being killed the Titan is pretty difficult, but it only took me 3 tries. To be honest. Darkness became red ash upon being killed. Was striking. Similar to how monsters became dust when killed and given a prince resemblance to a certain someone. He was curious. To say the least. But Ralsei did not dissolve. He did not die. He was finally able to get a fresh breath of air. Ralsei knew it was time. Mustering up all... This is a callback to earlier on. I have no idea how you guys are going to respond to this. It's either going to be like the peakest of the peak or the dumbest of the dumb. So, mustering up all the strength he had left, he sat up, held his hands above in front of his face and yelled. I have no idea No idea how this is gonna come off. Say no, you could do it. I'm just gonna write it before I say it.
I can only beat Gaster on PlayStation. What do I do, guys? Ah! Megalo Strike Back!
There we go, chat. This is a callback to Birdley's move. Penumbra Phantasm. So, yeah, that's right. Both Yowie option. Red circles are red arrows. Sophia, what are you unleashing? Doctor stepped back before he felt it. A sharp pain in his chest. Or else he's a weeb too. Then like 50 live reactions from all the characters. Pain in his chest. It was as if he had been impaled. But he wasn't. What was happening? No, it couldn't be. Alright, Ralph, say, take it from the top. Like an Indian soap opera. Sorry, Chad, I have something to do. Okay.
You figured it out. Didn't you?
I'll say, said between gasps of air. It's me, Charlie. Did that guy just turn into Stan? Yeah.
It's karma magic. Everything you've done to hurt us.
You will feel. Oh. How do I phrase this? Whatever I'll say way of explaining this. You will feel. You'll experience. You'll experience for yourself. You will experience for yourself.
Experience for yourself.
Site reference? I don't know what that is. I was inspired by Sans' Karmic Retribution. The doctor grunted before he was brought to his knees, feeling the pain of being smashed into a dozen walls. Just joined him immediately hit with the largest quantity of pure peak I've ever seen. Yeah. He grunted in pain. I'm gonna blast the gas through you. Middle of sentence, no reason to. No, I'm not gonna do that. He grunted in pain. Blood began being from his mouth. His body was acting like it really had been hit again against the no been slingshotted across a building. Say up. He wiped his gown clean. We're giving Ralse aura here before pointing towards his enemy.
To be honest, I was saving a move for the night, but the most powerful enemy I've ever fought I won't let you win so easily.
Yeah. No way, he lost the mask. You surprised me. You've never done this before. What sound effect should Ralse's scarf make? It makes a slashing noise. And I guess it can cut through stone. But it is a piece of fabric. Seems like you guys are no help as usual. That's fine. Whatever, it's just gonna make a slash noise. When does Birdley bag everyone and say that he's only bagging Chris? Sorry. Dog. Felt a new cut appear across. Though this time it was across his legs. Thwap? Oh, okay. Yeah. Or spat out blood. Alcé's scarf recoiled and returned to him. Maybe a whoosh? Nah. Oh. Why do you keep spelling Ralsei wrong? God, I hate Google. Recoiled and returned to him. Right as he started to feel the pain of being hit 100 times by invisible jabs.
Now talk. Why did you create this dark world?
Why did you? It's gonna say, yeah.
It's dark world.
No. Because Susie already asked him who he was and he refused to answer, so. Doctor perked up. How did Ralsei know that he had created it? Well, no, said trying his best to sound intimidating. Ralsei's Ralsei's getting the upper hand. Ralsei used Megalo Strike back and reflected all the damage Gasser had done to the gang onto him. Gas are changed from green to brown like the Dirty Brothers. I don't know what the fuck you want to know about my slimy Peter. No. What the fuck? Chat, lock in. What the fuck is this? Ross, I said trying his best to sound intimidating. How did you? No, how did you?
You're the only... You're here. Oh well, and Susie wouldn't have been so reckless.
There we go. I'll say wiped sweat from his brow. Upper hand, you say? Yeah, go where I'll say. What is it? Why'd you make that noise? Stupid dog. Wipe sweat from his brow.
Tell me, why did you do... Dark World... Mr. Holiday's room.
The doctor did not answer. Perhaps. No, wait. Perhaps. I am the wrong person to ask. The man responded with a bloodied smile. Feeling now the pain of being impaled a second time. Rudy Night reveal soon? Oh, it's gonna be a while. They still need to turn him into the night. It's gonna be a while, chat. My guess is at least another 50 pages. Nah, 50 is a low ball. Probably be to 200 pages by then. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. What was that Gerson said about writing? Story became so long and overwhelming. He became swallowed up by his own creation. Something like that. I think I can relate. Second time. What are you? They started. Humans. Humans never cease to amaze me. It seems they're still the same here as well. Sea mess. Swallow the creator whole. Yeah. Yeah. It's fanficking time. Fanfics around. Yep. Humans.
Humans?
Oh. So we're planting the seeds of like Gaster not liking humans, but the man then sat there with a patient smile. They'll say Chris Deltarune is right behind you. No, they're not gonna appear for a while. Noel still needs to cast Snowgrave, guys. Sat there with a patient smile. He began to whistle. Whistle a waltzy tune. Oh. Glared at him. But he just continued to whistle. My estimate for the whole fanfic's gonna be 300k words by the end. There's gonna have to be like 3 separate read-through streams, one for each chapter, I think. Right? Like that's how we finish this. Like once we finish this, we'll do like a final revision stream, or like a couple of streams, and then we'll like read through it, and then we'll post it. Yeah. I'm gonna change the music. It's starting. It's been this way for like 30 minutes. Bum 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 bum. I really wish I could play like copyrighted music. Because I would so play Dio's theme right now. You know that one. Which one are we doing? Which one are we doing? It's kind of fun writing Ralse as opposed to like the other characters because he's smarter than them. Ralse knew that his strike back was almost over, and he would be able to move again. So, with a final dirty look, Ralse began to get a head start and ran away as fast as possible. I'm gonna leave now. Bye. Okay, bye. Well, this is depressing. No one's here to witness. I ran away as fast as possible. It's weird, all my regulars are gone. Oh well. Oh, ran away as fast as possible. Should we add a Susie and Noelle scene to break this up? Maybe we should. Maybe we should read the whole Ralse segment. It's like a good 10 pages. Alright. Hi, folks. Hi. God, this is really depressing. I need atmospheric music for this. It's not what I want. There we go. Hi, folks. All right. Ralse walked into the abyss, the echo of his footsteps the only company he had on his journey. He finally had time to ruminate on what had happened to him. He had been impaled. He didn't even see it coming. He was sure he would eventually find an opponent he didn't know how to read, but he wasn't prepared for the day it would finally happen. Susie was probably out there getting hurt or worse. By the looks of things, each room in the Dark World was connected somehow like a massive spider web. This meant that he would eventually find Noelle. He didn't know if he wanted to, but it was likely the only path to survival. Maybe we cut to Chris entering the Dark World. How about that? He stopped walking, sat down clutching his knees. He clutched them tightly. He knew his knees wouldn't leave him. His two friends, the two people he loved most in the world, were spending less time with him. He felt guilty. Guilty because he knew this would happen. He told them to move on. He was not real. These feelings of abandonment, they felt real. He felt sick. When Chris had stayed in Castletown for 3 days, he was so excited. He would finally see their face again, but they just hold themselves away. And Susie was spending more time with her. Hold on, chat. Let me wipe my glasses down. He was happy Susie had friends in the real world, of course, but ever since the festival, maybe even before that, it was always about her. He dug his face into his scarf. Tears welled up in his eyes. Before the bright shine of a screen-like object lit up before him, oh God. It was staticky for a while, but then the glow filled up the room. This has been a very traumatizing moment for Elsa. Before, there was a light. Slash. Blood sprayed out everywhere on the walls. It rained on the ceiling, dripping down with a sickly drop noise. Elsie's eyes widened. It was Chris. Their face was dripping with red. Their eyes lit up. They looked so determined. You know Soph the Neko, bro? What? No, of course not. I don't even know who that is. Whatever. They looked so determined. With a loud thud, Susie fell on her back, then faded into dust. Then a voice as if it was coming from an old TV show. Chris? Elsa was shocked by his own voice. Elsa was shocked. It was his own voice. Chris, what are you? Fear intermingled with the prince's voice. He stepped back. Chris turned their head and stepped forward, deep bags under their eyes. They were shambling and shaking with dread, excitement. Maybe they were also afraid. Their boots clanged and clacked on the stone floors of Castletown. Their heads swayed. I did it. They finally opened their mouth to speak, with a twisted smile slowly grew on their face. I saved us. Their bloodshot eyes turned to Ralsei. No, there won't be an ending. I freed us. He stumbled back until his back hit the stone wall. Ralsei looked at the screen. What was he watching? It was like he had just seen a snuff film, one where one of his only friends died and then turned to dust before him. Now he can be. Chris approached Ralsei on the screen, before cupping his face with a bloodied hand. They turned his head to face them. He was shivering with fear. Chris looked into Ralsei's pink eyes. Why are you so afraid of me? They asked, their face falling into a frown. Fuck. Why do I always do this? Why do I always have depressing as fuck scenes in this shitpost fanfic? First the Asgore thing and now this. Susie, you killed her. So, she deserved it, Chris said coldly. She hurt me every day, Chris said, trying not to hold back their anger. She was our friend and you, Ralsei said through tears. So what? Now that stupid prophecy it can't come to pass, we aren't the three heroes anymore, Chris said coldly. I shall return in a short while to view. Good writing to you. You killed her, Chris! You murdered our friend! So what if I did? I did it to save you. Save us. Everyone, Chris whispered. They weren't sure, as if they weren't sure why they had done it. You killed her! Ralsei screamed. Slap. Chris had taken the back of their gauntlet and smacked him across the face. It made Ralsei cringe looking at it. Then Chris grabbed Ralsei by the scarf. I did this for you. You told us we'd all die if we faced that angel, so he took a shortcut and saved your life. Now quit being so weak. They screamed before pulling him into a tight hug. I couldn't live without you, they whispered into his ear. That's so fucked up. He shuddered. I love you, they said. The two continued holding each other, covered in Susie's blood, for the next 5 minutes of footage. The fuck? The fuck did I write? How come you guys just let me write this? And the two continued holding each other, covered in Susie's blood, for the next 5 minutes of footage. Ralsei was appalled. His stomach sank. What was this? The man had mentioned that rooms showed worlds that came to pass. So this really happened? Ralsei wanted to vomit. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry, but for some reason he couldn't. If he had ever told Chris how he felt, would this have been the result? No, the Chris he knew wouldn't do this. This had to be a world where they were a different person. Still, they looked the same. As they leaned against the cold wall of the room, it was the only comfort he had. His life had been short, only about 8 months long, but in that time he had known friends, enemies, people he enjoyed seeing, people he hated seeing. This despair, knowing that his friends would leave him, and if they didn't, they'd be driven to madness by it. There was an emptiness within the boy. Yet, resolve, perhaps determination, drove him forward. Chris taking me out? Likely story. That's what Susie would say if she were here. He needed to hold on to that encouragement, so he continued onward into the deep abyss. The screens buzzed around him. It reminded him of the dark sanctuary and their many prophecies. One showed Chris pushing some girl that looked like Noelle into a hill with rusty open doors. Others showed Susie threatening Chris by biting an apple in half. Looking at these made Ralsei cringe. Others showed happier moments, like the time Susie had named herself Ass on Tenna's game show, or Chris and Ralsei's boat ride down the acid tunnel. Looking at these made Ralsei feel a bitter sweat. Okay. Reliving these moments is nice, but they were over. And then for some strange reason, they were over. He didn't quite know how to feel. Then for some strange reason, I gotta change the music again. We're at that part. Jesus Christ. Where is it? There it is. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Right in front of him was a tree that looked like it was from the Scarlet Forest. How did it get all the way over here? Was it even possible to see a tree like that in this world? Elsie approached it, assuming it was another screen, but there was no static. In front of him was a real 3D object. Strange. But he had come to see far stranger, and then he saw it. What looked like a silhouette moving behind the tree. It only moved once or twice. So Sigma? Oh, thank you. But its shadow was clear to see. It darkened the purple bark of the tree. Or else I wondered if he should continue. Surely if someone was hiding behind a tree, then they did not want to be disturbed. No, leaving them be would be for the best. But there was something odd, bizarre even, about the tree. It was the only bit of foliage in the entire dark world. It was out of place. Why did it take the form of one from the Scarlet Forest? Ralsei walked slowly, getting a pit beneath his stomach. Then as he approached it, the person behind the tree began to speak. Isn't it weird that things that come to pass are forgotten? Maybe it isn't weird. People, however, seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? Ralsei stood there, felt a cold sweat brew on his forehead. The voice, it was comforting. Nostalgic even, but he had never heard it before, had he? It was old and yet young. It was loving, yet cold. It was quiet, yet it was loud. You didn't answer. That's very rude. Have you ever thought of a world where everything was the same except you don't exist? Everything was the exact same. Your friends, people who all know you, people who all know you, all exist happily. Without you. As if you've never even mattered. You can relate, can't you? My friend. Ralsei felt his stomach drop. Who was this person? How did he know what it was like to be forgotten, to be alone, to be treated as if you don't matter? It scared him. What was behind that tree? Did he even want to know? The room felt cold and a gust started. Red leaves flew from the scarlet tree. New low tier god meme format drop. It's a reference to Undertale, guys. Who are you? Ralsei eventually asked, feeling terrified of what lay beyond, when stopped. The sounds of the screens filled the room with ambience. Ralsei started to breathe heavily. I am the Forgotten Man, the voice replied. The screens then cut out. The only sound was the gentle panting of Ralsei. He began shaking. There was a time where I was very important. The king asked me to break the barrier. Being the loyal man I am, I accepted. Then there was silence. Ralsei finally picked up the nerve to walk forward. His soft steps echoed through the room. The barrier was too strong, and we were so weak. And yet, I remained determined. You look so much like him, you know? The king. In reality, he was a soft man, but a kind leader. It was my duty to find a way for us to go free. Ralsei continued forward, his pace quickening. The voice had twisted itself. It had become cruelly distorted, yet familiar. He approached it. Oh, God damn it. The trees. He approached it, the tree's trunk. He turned to look behind it. There must have been somebody there. But nobody came. It was vacant. Ralsei shut his eyes, looking left, looking right, and then he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder.
And then I found you.
Ralsei turned his head. He finally recognized the voice, but it was too late. He felt a sharp pain through his chest. The doctor plunged his right hand through Ralsei. He had been impaled twice in the same day. His eyes widened. He gasped. He tried to speak, but he couldn't.
Imagine my shock. A world where the war never happened. A world not trapped by oppression, but by fate.
Ralsei gagged. If he had blood, it would surely have littered the room. But his stuffing just sat limply on the floor. Tears rolled from his eyes. The pain was unbearable. The doctor began to walk forward, dropping Ralsei on the floor. He had hit the ground hard and stumbled around.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to create a better future? A world where we can finally end.
Ralsei crawled, managed to bring himself to his knees. He felt his life force draining. With one heal prayer, he knew he would be as good as new. His hands glowed green, but the doctor turned to face him, then turned away. He took off his grotesque mask. He looked at Ralsei with his cold, dead eye sockets. In some worlds, I was your ally, Prince. And yet, no matter what I did, her plan wouldn't fail. I've grown so exhausted. Right now, the effort to even tell you all this, knowing it won't matter. Well, to borrow a phrase from your friend, it really pisses me off. Just like that, he was gone, vanishing into thin air. Ralsei cast heal prayer, and suddenly the hole within his chest closed up. I'm going to change the music again. It's my favorite Gaster scene so far. Turning this down because it's going to get annoying if it's too loud. There we go. Or a farmer, yeah. Like that, he was gone, vanishing into thin air. Ralsei cast heal prayer, and suddenly the hole within his chest closed up, just as it had before. However, this time he was alone, and the man could attack from any angle. Would he have to use that spell? If things proved dire enough, then he would have to. Blast! The demented skull had fired a blast from its jaw, turning the tree into ash within an instant. Ralsei, however, jumped out of the way and began running forward. The worst thing to do at this moment was stay still. He could attack from any point. If he knew exactly where Ralsei was, then it could be over within. Suddenly, a mass of bones appeared from the ground like a spike trap used to damage the feet of enemy soldiers. Ralsei simply jumped over them, keeping his eyes open, scanning for anyone nearby. In the hallways of the limitless room, screens played memories of past and present. Suddenly, Ralsei felt gravity more severely. His body was surrounded by a blue light. Bracing himself for what came next, Ralsei was slammed into the ceiling. He felt a stone-like surface crack under his weight, and then he was flung backwards with blinding speed. This was bad because all the progress he had made was overturned. I don't need it because. He turned his head to face the direction he was flying when then wham! His face was then met with the doctor's fist. Flew into a nearby screen, shattering it instantly. Sharp pains tore through Ralsei's skin, but he remained determined to run and find an opening. Actually, I'm gonna create a poll. Sharp pains tore through Ralsei's skin, but he remained determined to run and find an opening. The fact that he had resorted to pulling the prince back could only mean that he was growing frustrated with his attacks missing. Then the doctor appeared before him. This made Ralsei gasp with shock. He put his hands over to cover his face before a roundhouse kick swung at his neck. Once more, the prince found himself flying backwards. Then the doctor appeared right behind Ralsei, holding up his foot to catch the dark prince with. Ralsei shrieked in pain. He was thankful for his darkener biology. If he had been a lightener, this would have crushed his spine. As Ralsei once again bounced forward, he felt his head gripped by the tight skeletal grip. Let's say fist. Fist of the doctor. Ralsei's eyes fixated on the doctor. He just had to wait until he started talking again. That would be the best opportunity. Doctor held Ralsei up in front of him before swinging his arm in a circular motion and slamming Ralsei onto the floor. Ralsei bounced back up from it. He could only imagine the welt on his back from that slam. Ralsei coughed, and then felt his body become heavy again. The doctor walked up to the suppressed prince, and then stomped on his throat. A hoarse cough echoed through Ralsei's mouth. Ralsei's. Guys, vote. It really is nothing personal. God damn it. Where's my mouse? There it is. In fact, if these glimpses are any indication, you were my favorite. The pressure on his foot became even harder. Ralsei's face became blue. As he coughed and choked for air until his pupils disappeared. And the whites of his eyes were all that remained. There lay Ralsei, cold, alone, and now. The doctor sighed. He removed his foot from Ralsei's throat. It would only be a matter of time before he dissolved like all Darkners did. To be honest, the fact that Darkners became red ash upon being killed was strikingly similar to how monsters became dust when killed, given the prince's resemblance to a certain someone. He was curious about it, to say the least. Ralsei did not dissolve. He did not die. He was finally able to get a breath of fresh air. Ralsei knew it was time. Mustering up all the strength he had left, he sat up, held his hands in front of his face, and yelled, I can't say this without smiling.
Megalo, strike back!
Doctor stepped back before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if he had been impaled, but he wasn't. What was happening? No, it couldn't be.
You figured it out, didn't you?
Elsie said between gasps of air.
It's karma magic. Everything you've done to hurt us, you will experience for yourself.
Doctor grunted before he was brought to his knees, the pain of being smashed into a dozen walls. He grunted in pain. Blood began dripping from his mouth. His body was aching. Like he had been slingshotted across a building. Insane counter. Yeah, pretty much. Elsa got up and wiped his gown clean before pointing towards his enemy.
To be honest, I was saving that move for the night, but you're the most powerful enemy I've ever fought. I won't let you win so easily.
Yeah. You surprise me. You've never done this before. Thwap. Doctor spat out blood. Ralsei's scarf recoiled and returned to him. Right as he started to feel the pain from being hit. Hit 100 times by invisible jabs.
Now talk. Why did you create this dark world?
Ralsei said, trying his best to sound intimidating. How did you?
You're the only Lightner here, and Noel and Susie wouldn't have been so reckless.
Ralsei wiped sweat from his brow, but the doctor did not answer.
Tell me, why did you create the dark world in Mr. Holliday's room?
Perhaps I am the wrong person to ask. The man responded with a bloodied smile, feeling now the pain of being impaled a second time.
What are you?
Ralsei started. Humans never cease to amaze me. It seems they're the same here as well.
Humans?
The man then sat there with a patient smile. He began to whistle a waltzy tune. Now that's off tune. There we go. Ralsei glared at him, but he just continued to whistle. Ralsei knew that his megalo strike back was almost over. He would be able to move again. So the final dirty look, Ralsei began to get a head start and ran away as fast as possible. Alright, how many people have voted? 4 votes! Come on, guys. There are 14 people watching. Come on, guys. Vote. Probably should have ran this poll a bit earlier. Actually, give me a second, chat. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, come on, 6 votes, guys. Come on, you can do better than that.
Excuse the noise. There we go. To be honest, I don't really know how Chris and Birdley would factor into this before Susie and Noelle. I was gonna have the 3 of them attempt to fight Gaster. Him to be like, you fool, this isn't even 50% of my power. And then Chris and Birdley would show up. Chris would be like, oh fuck, that's my coworker. Guys, we gotta leave now. And then like I'd have like one of them lose a limb or something. I didn't know who. But I was thinking either Susie or Noelle losing a limb. I feel like Ralse losing a limb is incredibly cruel given what he's gone through. Maybe Noelle should lose a limb. She hasn't really been through all that much yet. Although her dad just died, but she doesn't know that yet. Chris loses an arm. I want to save that for later though. I feel like the entire point of this is that like things aren't going to this world is like completely original because everything else has already happened. And Chris losing an arm happens in like everything now, so it's like I don't know. I feel like we should strive for being unexpected. Should have someone else lose a limb. And Birdley's gonna, get knighted by the end of the chapter, so. Come on, 50-50. Come on, guys. I do kind of want to wrap up this scene, considering it's gone on for quite a bit. Like, because it started all the way back. Yeah, it started all the way back here. At page 107. It's been almost 30 pages exactly of this shit. I started a fanfic about Mario and George Washington crossing the Delaware, and I couldn't continue it due to my depression. I am sorry to hear that. The best thing to remember when you're depressed is legitimately, if someone, how do I say this? The thing that helps me, though, is just remembering that, I don't know, you don't really need to prove yourself to anyone and that you could just be your own person, So don't give up, I'm not the best with motivational speeches. I should probably just stop. You should probably talk to someone who's smarter than me. And not a random streamer on the internet. Okay. We're still at 50-50. Chat, if we reach all 13 votes and it's still a 50-50, I'm not sure how that'd be possible. We're going to rerun the vote. Or else they could lose a horn. That's not the same, though. It's not the same. I wanted this encounter to feel like it had a permanent impact. You know what I mean? That's why losing a limb. You know what I mean? Yeah. There we go. Like, as if
this was the first real sign that shit was getting real. You know what I mean? We need Suzelle. I can reread the Yuri scene if you want, chat. I don't know. I do intend to make them far gayer. I feel like Susie, like, okay, if it was Noelle who lost an arm, Susie would be like pissed off and constantly like try to protect her or something. If Susie lost an arm, she probably wouldn't care all that much, but like everyone would be worried about her. If Chris lost an arm, well, you already know what's would happen. There's like a million other things where that does happen. Everyone's like, "Oh no, Chris, you lost an arm," and they're like, "It's okay, guys, I got it." And they just become like a one-armed swords, I guess. Birdley can't lose a limb because he's already getting fucking sacrificed at the end of the chapter. She decided a week ago, but whatever. Okay, all 13 votes have been in. Chris and Birdley arrive. Alright. Also, Susie mentioned not wanting to fight anymore. And I feel like that would, if she like lost a limb, and that was like proof that she had to continue fighting or whatever. I don't know. I suppose that could happen either way. I don't know. I'm gonna make it a poll. I'm not including Birdley, so it's just going to be, oh well. I'm not a fan of Chris losing an arm here, but whatever. Besides, if Chris loses an arm later, then that could like further the whole Chris and Susie parallels that Deltarune loves making. You know what I mean? I feel like Ralsei losing an arm would be incredibly cruel. Especially considering that he just witnessed basically a snuff film and got his ass kicked by Gaster and got impaled twice. Actually, fuck it. I'm including Birdley over Ralsei. Ralsei's gone through enough punishment. I feel bad for the guy. Chris and Birdley from Curdley? Yes. Oh, not one. No, not one. No. This feels... Wow, the tonal dissonance. Whatever. So do we start this at M9's gem or like, I feel like we start this at M9's gem. Chris looked on lovingly. For whatever reason. Watching Birdley do push-ups. I should have described this. Felt almost magical.
Noel's getting that first spot boost. Jeez. Oh, almost magical. He had lasted longer than they had expected him to. $500. Still, it only half of what Undyne had demanded, but it was a start. Buzz. Ooze. Buzz. Chris looked down at their phone. It was a... Well, what should the text read like? It should be like, "Hey Bish, found dark fountain, we go investigate." Yeah, it feels in character. There was a text from Susie. Hey bitch. He found a hella... It has to be like misspelled. Found a hella scary dark fountain. Come as soon as you can. Was what it had read. Chris had wondered how Susie had made it 16 years in her life without learning to spell. See, this is a joke because I can't spell either, and I'm 20. I'm gonna be 22. Huh. Oh. Without learning how to spell. Do you know the lore behind the real armless Susie? No. There's a real armless Susie? Love to see an... Okay, all of them have like one vote. Good. I'm messing. Has to be like spaced like this. Hey, but yeah. Yeah, no punctuation. Just like this. Not learning. They'll lose a little bit of their arms to treat. No. But seriously, Chris had wondered why had found a dark world and then they dropped their phone. Oh, God. Panic overcame them. That creepy guy with the mask. He went through with it. Didn't he? Rudy was Rudy Chris began hyperventilating. Whoa, why are you dead naming Chris? Oh yeah, the chat voted that Chris and Noel's dead names were Togor and Chester specifically. Okay, now Chris is winning. Chris began hyperventilating. This was bad. Susie didn't know she was getting into. And what if Bralse showed up? Surely they'd all be. Chris stood up. Their heart pounding hard in their chest. A new anxiety filled. Supposed to be slash that. Still not pretty cool to do. Alright, surely they'll all be filled within them. Birdly, a break from doing his 101st push and darted over to Chris since something was wrong. Chris? Are you? Ridley started. I need to go. Now. There's said before Chris said the words escaping their mouth like rushing water. I'll keep the poll running until we get to the slashy scene, because, God, I fucking hate YouTube playlists, because sometimes they just don't fucking work. But hey, instead of Instead of making sure their website works. Instead of making sure their website works, let's put AI age verification. Shit like that. Jeez. No words. I like how Google always assumes that because Chris uses they them pronouns that they're like an eldritch abomination with multiple heads, mouths, and hands. It's like, what the hell? Get with the times, Google. Like rushing. Why? Is there something wrong? Ridley asked, trying to calm Chris down. Chris didn't have time. This, despite the fact that it was very sweet. They needed to think of a lie. They needed to think of a lie. Birdley didn't know dark worlds were real. And if he found out Chris had lied to him, it could mean they had remembered how Noel had reacted to Susie. Might need to get some more coffee soon, chat. It's almost midnight. Oh well. Life goes on. Yeah, remember how to Susie telling her dark worlds, but Birdley wasn't as forgiving as she was. There we go. Their mind raced, trying to think of an excuse. Birdley just put a wing on his shoulder. It's your dad, right? Widely assumed. Frankly, it was a good guess. He wasn't.
Why are there birds chirping? Trying to make out with any human teenagers, huh?
Whatever. Chris is winning. 11 votes. Wow, that's crazy. Mines, of course. Chris's shoulder. Isn't he still in the hospital? Can you stop? You're still trying to find a place to sleep? It's been like 2 hours since you got here. I'll never understand you. Whatever. I wish birds were real. Oh, they very much are. Wait, why? Isn't he still in the hospital? Does he need help? Does he need help? And I asked. Yes. Chris lied. Birdley had provided them the perfect out. And they needed to go to the hospital anyway. So, was it really that dishonest? All right. Huh.
Ugh. Stop making such disgusting noises. Scaring away the viewers.
Alright, anyway,
What should Birdley say here?
well, the good dialogue creating chatters have gone away. Please be good. Okay, then. Time to waste. Birdley said, a smirk. Chris's face fell. This didn't mean what they thought it did. Did it? This has been such a wild stream. Okay. They did it. Did it. Yo, Sensei! Oh my god. The fact that he calls Undyne Sensei is really funny to me. Yo, Sensei! I need to days training Seth. No. He would call a labbing session. Labbing session. Shorts. He turned around and yelled in the general vicinity of Undyne.
What? Why?
Undyne said, popping her head out. A labbing session is crazy. Popping her head out of the doorway, two protein shakes in hand. What the fuck? I will provide my assistance to Chris's father. There we go. I will. Yeah, there we go. Ridley said, not realizing how insufferable that sounded. Seen Diddy Blood. What's this Diddy Blood doing on the calculator? Is blood Einstein? Oh, there we go. What's this Diddy Blood doing on the calculator? Oh. Oh, why didn't you just say so? People come before anything else. I'm probably gonna kill Undyne, chat. Dun 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 dun. Undyne said, a smile on her still recovering face. I might need to loop this for when the group jumps Gaster. I have like 2 ways to group escape. Bro, you still alive? Yeah. It's only been about 6 hours. Of course. He then turned to Chris and shot them a wink. They began sweating nervously. They couldn't have Birdley find the Dark World. You could get hurt. And given how badly he had been beaten last time, that was almost an inevitability. Still, this gave them an excuse to leave. Your hands not. Excuse to leave. Perhaps they could lose Birdley at the hospital. It was only a Birdley then crouched down, offering his back. Get on. You there, within half a frame. Yeah, I'll get you there within half a frame. This, for some reason, Chris was conflicted. What Birdley had just said was incredibly cringe. Yet, they did really want a piggyback ride. from him. So, within 1 second, they did and came to the unanimous decision that they would ride on Birdley's back. It's like is he like in some kind of cringe grave? Right on Birdley's snack. Oh, that's a different thing. Why is Chris winning? They are writing. I knew you guys would make that joke. They got on, and suddenly, within seconds, they had arrived at the hospital. Chris was amazed by Birdley's speed. Despite the fact that he had only been training with a 9 for about 2.5 days, he had still managed. He'd still managed to become miracle. Bradley. That's not what I wrote. Total drama. It's all managed to be. Much quicker. But now was no time for amazement. I read this really cute fan fiction where it's like Susie after chapter 4 takes Noelle to Castletown, and Noelle, thinking it's a dream, like just like starts, I don't know, starts rizzing up Susie basically. It was really cute. Don't know how relevant that is to what I'm writing. Just want to talk about it. There was no time for amazement. They needed to lose Birdley. I got, but before they could finish, Birdley opened the hospital door and What room is your dad's? What room is your dad's again? Chris scurried. Scurried is an underrated verb. After him. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Chris scurried out. Careful. He could. Imagine a dark fountain was behind the door. That's the gag we're going to use. Burley scoffed. The last time he was here, had been slammed into multiple walls by some quack of a head doctor. Again, I really like how Gaster in this fic goes from being a silly fucking gag character to having like immense like JoJo villain aura. I really like that. And I mean, it's in character because he's like, oh man, the resets really pissed me off. So I'm just gonna do whatever I fucking want. Yeah, like this. Oh my god, he's like Sans bad ending. No, 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 no. Doctor. He opened another pair of double doors, scanning the rooms with his eyes. He then front the shattered pieces of Gaster living different lives. No, it's the same guy. It's the same guy. It's not just like it's not like these are different bits of him. It's the same fucking person. And that's how I wanted to connect the Eggman stuff to him, because the Eggman is a very silly character. To be honest, it's very Blackbeard One Piece, because Blackbeard One Piece is also introduced as like a very silly character, and then later on he like, you know, commits like murders and crimes. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. He then found himself in front of a strange door. For some reason, underneath it, instead of seeing light pour out, there was a cold darkness, one that felt oddly familiar. Chris opened the doors. Ridley, wait! Birdley turned the door knob. So I always get the best streams when I'm half asleep. You guys can watch the stream. You guys can watch these streams later. You know that, right? Birdley turned the doorknob. If you need to sleep, then sleep. Oh, hello, Chris. Chris, is this your dad's room? Chris Kringle. He puzzled with a confused look on his face, but as he opened the door, he saw nothing but a black abyss below him. Birdley calling Chris Kringle has came back again, so Chris Kringle, this is what the Birdley, don't walk into it. Chris said, running word. But it was too late. With a step of his foot, Birdley had fallen into the dark world. A surprised gasp echoed through the room. He probably thinks that Queen was in there. No, he was just curious. Huh, strength. Echo through the room. Eyes widened. This was really the worst case scenario. With a gulp, they jumped in. they knew they'd have to explain themselves to Birdley, but on the positive side, if Susie and if Susie was still alive, then at least she'd both Chris and Birdley to support her. Oh, but Chris is here, guys. You know what that means. Know what that means. You want to reset? You can anytime. Just, I have to see like a ton of people want it, and then I'll make it an option. But more importantly, you guys get to control Chris. Here's some Birdley to support her. So I guess Chris is losing in hand. Not what I would have gone with, but sure. Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and then get some more coffee. Give me a sec, chat.
We're back. Okay, give me a sec. We're back. Alright, what's going on? The plot twist is that Chris will actually lose a leg. Nah. Did I loop this? How the fuck did I loop this? Seems like the playlist is just repeating the same few songs. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Where's another medium? So you guys have voted for Chris to tell Birdley the truth about Dark Worlds. Alright. Maybe the freedom to be flawed. Let's listen to that. Yeah, this works. No, 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 no. Alright. Very earthbound music. Chris landed on one knee. They were in a padded cell. Birdley looking on in awe. Not at the cell, but at himself. Alright. It's just like my dream. He said, Chris was of nerves. Their stomach was full of butterflies and sweat pooled from their face. Truth be told, this was the first time they were ever truly nervous around Birdley. Huh. Oh well. 6 votes, that's enough. Alright, fuck you guys. I'm still gonna make Susie lose an arm. But later. Huh. There we go. Then felt slight pain in their chests.
like a pinch. They bowed their head, unable to stop it. You weren't dreaming. They said as quietly as they tried to say as quiet as possible, but it still rang loud. What? What? Surely you don't. I feel like he becomes more and more like Canon Birdley the more we write him. He's yeah. Queen. Yeah, Queen. The Cyber City. That. Even that mech you built. They all really happened. Chris answered. Ridley stepped back. Of course, some part knew it wasn't really a dream. How could he and Noel have the same dream? I'll write this for another 2 hours and then we'll read through what we have and then we'll end stream. How about that? Alright. How could he and Noel have the same dream? Still. Realize it's all real. Made. Step back. This, what you see before you, is called a dark world. Truth be told, I don't really understand how they work, but in here anything is possible. There we go. That's vague enough. All right. Discontinued against their will. Supposing this is going to be fun. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you. I didn't want to. Put you in danger. That last part was genuine. Chris felt ashamed. Lying for so, but suddenly they felt warm. The scent, the distinct scent of pizza, the and in the air. Birdley was hugging them. There we go. Just as expected. As soon as Curdley gets written, people start tuning in. Alright, Birdley was hugging them? It's okay. I get it. If I had found some No, that's not very Birdley-like to say. Chris, I appreciate your pity. There we go. Chris, I appreciate your pity. But I don't know if he should say he's an alpha gamer. We're about to get really dark. Maybe that's a bit like he's like, I'm an alpha gamer. I can handle this. And then he can't handle it. He can't handle getting slammed into 18 walls. I don't know how to pronounce the word you just said. But yeah, true. Piety. No. Then I'm stronger than you think. I'm an alpha gamer. Oh boy. This made both of them laugh. You don't have to protect me. He said under his breath. Yeah, I might. Yeah. About that, I might have to. Chris. Birdly cocked the gamer's eyebrow. What the fuck am I doing with my life, chat? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck am I doing, chat? Hi, what happened? Okay, you want me to recap you? Chapter 1. Chris and Birdly make out after Birdly has a bad day. This causes Toriel to go apeshit and destroy all of hometown. Chapter 2. We start with Toriel's trial. It doesn't go very well. Toriel goes to jail for life. Now we're in Gaster's dark world that he created because Chris had told the group, the evil group, Carol and Gaster, that Rudy needs to die. So, basically, this is all Chris's fault, and by Chris I mean you guys' fault, because you guys chose Rudy to die for no reason. So now what happens next is your fault. Oh, this is still going. Yes, it is. Why is everyone shocked by a 6-hour stream? Birdly cocked to the gamer's eyebrow. What are you doing? I'm not impressed. Okay, well then, whatever. Ignore the noise, it's my dog. Why would Kara do that? I'm not sure. Chris rolled their eyes. More shocked because Eastern Standard Time when trying to do homework and it's 2 point. Okay, well then, okay, if you're trying to do homework and it's 2 in the morning, then you should probably stop watching the stream. Jeez. Okay, what should Chris say? I'm afraid that there's someone very powerful in here. Yeah, and then after this, Bertha's like, what about your dad? And Chris, like, walks out the door and's like, I lied, my dad's fine. Yeah, okay. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do. Oh, boy. Okay, bye. This is Peak. Okay. I'm afraid there's very, very powerful in here. So, your guard up. Where? I'm gonna try to find Susie and get her out of here. Chris explained. Wait, what about your dad? Dearest father. He's fine. I lied. This is why I had to leave. How many friends inside do you have? Probably only one, and that's like my heart. But that sounds really bad, yeah. Chris continued as they walked for they saw the spiral staircase going on for infinity. With a hearty gulp, they took out their sword and began descending into the depths. Birdley followed though. Add Vor in the fan. No. These are underage characters. I'm not going to include a fetish thing for a joke. That's fucking gross, man. Oh, but hey, whatever gets your sick kicks off, yeah, for a joke. Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah, right. Weirdly followed them. Stretching his wings. Rage bait succeeded. Yeah, sure, buddy. It's totally rage bait. Is that what you tell your buddies when they find all that Vor shit on your computer? What? No, Chad, it's for the rage bait. Trust me, I would never be into Vor. Yeah, right, buddy. Alright, Burley followed them, stretching his wings. As he did. There we go. Da, no, 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 no. It's been a while since we had a quick scene. Been a while since we had a quick scene. It's only 3 pages. Wow. Wow. That's a unusual breakup. Okay, time to go back to Susie and Noel. Alright. No, 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 no. Your Honor, all the illegal videos on my hard drive for the rage rate. Yeah, right. The exact vibes I got. No. So I think after we write this scene, we just read through the entirety of chapter 2. And then we end stream, because I'm getting kind of sleepy. Oh, wait, I forgot. There we go. Hi, that tune does stuff. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, chat, this is in your hands. How gay is this scene? Very mild. Alright, let's go. Imagine if Birdley got shaved bald. No, that won't happen. I don't hate Birdley. If I did, I'd do that. Here, let's read through the Chris scene while you guys vote. Chris looks on lovingly. For whatever reason, watching Birdley do push-ups felt almost magical. He had lasted longer than they had expected him to. 500. Still, it was only half of what Undyne had demanded, but it was a start. Buzz. Chris looked down at their phone. It was a text from Susie.
Hey, bitch, we found a hella crazy dark fountain. Come as soon as you can.
Was what it had read. Chris wondered how Susie had made it 16 years in her life without learning how to spell. But seriously, Chris wondered why they had found a dark world, and then they dropped their phone. Oh God, panic overcame them. That creepy guy with the mask went through with it, didn't he? Was Rudy. Chris began hyperventilating. This was bad. Susie didn't know what she was getting into. What if Ralsei showed up? Surely they'd all be. Chris stood up, their heart pounding hard in their chest, and new anxiety filled them. I'm going to say within them, because that just sounds better. Birdley took a break from doing his 551st push-up and darted over to Chris, sensing immediately that something was wrong. Chris, are you? I need to go now. Chris said, the words escaping their mouth like rushing water. Why? Is something wrong? Birdley said, trying to calm Chris down. Chris didn't have time for this. In fact, despite the fact that it was very sweet, they needed to think of a lie. Birdley didn't know dark worlds are real. And if he had found out Chris had lied to him, that could mean they had remembered how Noelle had reacted to Susie showing her dark worlds. But Birdley wasn't as forgiving as she was boozy. Wow. I love making AI image. Ew. Their mind raced, trying to think of an excuse, but Birdley just put a wind on Chris's shoulder. It's your dad, right? Birdley assumed, and frankly, it was a good guess. Isn't he still in the hospital? Does he need help? Birdley asked. Yes, Chris lied. Birdley had provided them the perfect out, and they needed to go to the hospital anyway. So was it really that dishonest? Okay, then there's no time to waste. Birdley said with a smirk. Chris's face fell. This didn't mean what they thought it did it? Yo, Sensei! I need to cut today's labbing session is crazy. Labbing session thought. Oh, God. He turned around and yelled in the general vicinity of Undyne. What? Why? Undyne said, popping her head out of the door with 2 protein shakes in hand. And I will provide assistance to Chris's father, Birdley said, not realizing how insufferable that sounded. Oh, why didn't you just say so? The people come before anything else, Undyne said with a smile still on her still recovering face. Of course! He then turned to Chris and shot them a wink. They began sweating nervously. They couldn't have Birdley find the dark world. It could hurt, and given how badly he was beaten last time, that was almost an inevitability. Still, this was an excuse to leave. Perhaps they could lose Birdley at the hospital. Birdley then crouched down, offering his back. Get on, I'll get you there within half a frame. Chris was conflicted. What Birdley had said was incredibly cringed, yet they really did want to piggyback right from him. So within 1 second they deliberated and came to a unanimous decision that they would ride on Birdley's back. I miss writing shipping stuff. Come on, guys, vote. Hi. Oh, Jesus. He did used to sound different, didn't I? It's back when I had life in my voice. Anyway, ignore that. I just clicked a YouTube notification. It was a comment on an old video. Get on, I'll get you that in half a frame. Chris was conflicted. What Birdley had said was incredibly cringe, yet they really did want a piggyback ride from him. So within 1 second they deliberated and came to the unanimous decision they would ride on Birdley's back. They got on, and suddenly, within seconds, they arrived at the hospital. Chris was amazed at Birdley's speed. Despite the fact that they had only been training Undyne, that he had only been training with Undyne for about 2.5 days, he had still managed to become much quicker. Now was no time for amazement. They needed to lose Birdley. But before, Sophia, you should take a break. Breaks schmake. When they finished, Birdley opened the hospital doors and asked, "What room is the dad's again?" Chris scurried after him. If he wasn't careful, he could. Birdley scoffed. Last time he was here, he'd been slammed into multiple walls by some quack of a head doctor. He opened another pair of double doors, scanning the rooms with his eyes. He then found himself in front of a strange door. For some reason, underneath it, instead of seeing light pour out, there was a cold darkness, one that felt oddly familiar. Chris opened the doors. "Birdley, wait!" Birdley turned the doorknob. "Chris Kringle, is this your dad's room?" He puzzled with a confused look on his face. As he opened the door, he saw nothing but a black abyss below him. "What the?" "Birdley, don't walk into it!" Chris said, walking forward, but it was too late. With the step of his foot, Birdley had fallen into the dark world. A surprised gasp echoed through the room. Chris's eyes widened. This really was the worst case scenario. The gulp, they jumped in. They knew they'd have to explain themselves to Birdley. But on the positive side, if Susie was alive, she'd have both Chris and Birdley to support her. Chris landed on one knee. They were in a padded cell. Birdley was looking on in awe. Not at the cell, but at himself. "It's just like my dream," he said under his breath. Chris was full of nerves. Their stomach was full of butterflies and sweat was pooling from their face. Truth be told, this was the first time they would ever truly been nervous around Birdley. Then they felt a slight pain in their chest, like a pinch. They bowed their head, unable to stop it. "You weren't dreaming," they said, as quietly as possible, but it still rang loud. "What, truly you don't?" "Yeah, Queen, the Cyber City, even that mech you built, that all really happened," Chris answered. Birdley stepped back. Of course, some part of him knew it wasn't really a dream. How could he and Noel have the same dream? God damn it. Still realizing it was all real made him step back. "This is what you..." Oh, wait, sorry, this is Chris. "This, what you see before you, is called the Dark World. Truth be told, I don't really understand how they work, but in here anything is possible." Chris continued against their will. "I'm sorry for not telling you. I didn't want to put you in danger." That last part was genuine. Chris felt ashamed for lying for so long, but suddenly they felt warm. The distinct scent of pizza deodorant filled in the air. Birdley was hugging them? "Chris, I appreciate your pity, but I'm stronger than you think. I'm an alpha gamer." This made both of them laugh. "You don't have to protect me," he said under his breath. "Yeah, about that I might have to," Chris responded. Birdley cocked the gamer's eyebrow. "Chat, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Let's be real. Let's be real. What am I fucking doing with my life?" Alright. Chris rolled her eyes in response. "I'm afraid there's someone very, very powerful here, so keep your guard up. I'm gonna try to find Susie and get her out of here," Chris explained. "Wait, what about your dearest father?" "He's fine, I lied. This is why I had to leave," Chris continued as they walked forward out of the padded cell. They saw the spiral staircase going on for infinity. The
hearty gulp. They took out their sword and began descending into the depths. Bradley followed them, stretching his wings as he did.
Alright, you guys have voted to make this very gay. Alright. Susie, wait! There we go. Noel, before Susie had picked her up and was now carrying her on her shoulders. There we go, that's pretty gay. How many gays is that out of 10, chat? You won't respond. No, I'm carrying her on her shoulders.
What? Don't tell me you're afraid of heights.
There we go. I was curious of a live fanfic writing when I said when I was Birdly is Birdly is awful. Oh. Susie and smirked.
You're still bleeding out. You could collapse at any second.
And there we go. Any second.
I already told you, not happening.
That's good, Give him the dark. Give me a sec. Where is it? You need atmospheric music. Otherwise, what's the point?
I already told you, not happening.
Susie winked. Not. Oh well. See it. But she still did anyway.
Now come on. Gotta keep our eyes open for Ral say. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna read through the whole thing. I'll start the next stream with a read through. How about that? It's pretty late, and the trial scene has a lot of shouting in it. I don't want any complaints in the morning. So we got no read through kind of sucks for the stream. Oh well. I guess it could just be skipped. Alright. How exactly does this help us look for Ral say? The dear girl. Fighting English. There we go. Fanfic is longer than my thesis. 80 pages. You fool. This is the power of gory as fuck scene. This is the power of hyper violence and crack ships. This truly was a hometown incident. A dear girl said, fighting back a blush. And there's no end quote. Now, Donnie, you're higher up. It gives you a, right? Not exactly. Ah, damn, I thought it did. Susie bowed her head. Her one useful. Reduced to dust in the wake of actual logic. There we go. 4 concurrent viewers, wow. That's crazy. I'll save. How about this? I'll save these streams for the weekend. I really should have streamed earlier today, but, life decided to kick me in the balls. Metaphorically speaking. Truth. But Susie didn't let Noel down.
for some reason. Doing our best to make Noelle happy. Made the pain of her cracked bones and concussion lessen. For whatever reason. Lesson, yes, not lesson. There we go. Hey, Sugar Plum is so cute, I can't. What happened to Paprika? Paprika lost his job after getting epically owned in court. He's not in this scene, unfortunately. Alright. Fuck it. Hey, Sugar Plum. Yes. Yeah? What is it? Susie continued walking for a while without saying anything. What the fuck should she say? I don't want to die. And she already pretty much said that much. You don't have to use Snowgrave if you don't want to. No, that's gonna go nowhere. Should be something romantic. Huh. What should she say? That's... Fuck, this is hard. A sleep-deprived brain. Trying to think of Yuri. Okay, what does... Okay. This is easy. Writing Susie dialogue is the easiest thing in the world. Okay. So what the hell would Susie say in this situation? Okay. I'm snowgraving my teachers. Okay, I don't think that's what Susie would say. This is hard. No, Susie wouldn't say that. That's too romantic. Fuck, this is hard. Chat, do you have any suggestions? Though asking this chat after it's died for any suggestions is like asking a sleep deprived streamer. Huh. Maybe we have the equal amount of brain cells needed. Chat, come on. I don't know the context. It's hard to explain. Okay, so Susie got her ass kicked by Gaster. Noelle saved her. And then immediately Susie was like, oh my god, I miss you so much. I thought I was gonna fucking die. And Noelle's like, okay, cool, let me heal you. And she's like, hell no. Your like Snowgrave spell is the only thing that could kill Gaster. And then they saw footage of the weird route. And Susie is like, don't worry about that shit. You're with me. That shit won't happen. I'll protect you pretty much. That's the context. Trying to think. Thinking is hard. That hurt more than I thought it would. Okay. Let's think. Your mom's a total bitch. Nah. She'd probably say something like, when we get out of here, what's the first thing you want to do? However, that doesn't really make sense considering the town's destroyed. 5 pebbles. 5 pebbles of what? Damn it. I can't sleep until this is done. This is really gonna irritate me. Okay. Continued walking for a while without saying anything. Maybe writing Susie dialogue isn't the most easy thing in the world.
Sorry. Keeping this dark world stuff from you. I know it was a while ago, but I shouldn't. Just shown you from the beginning. Noelle's heart sank. This was okay. So you're just spouting on about nonsense. Okay, that's fine. Good to know. I won't read your messages anymore.
Okay, Noel's heart sank. Noel's hearts. Ugh, my eyes. This was the first time she had ever heard 1 to 20, how gay are Susie and Noel? As gay as I can make it without... It's weird because you guys always get, like, really weird if I go, like, super gay. Because you guys are always like, yeah, dude. They're gonna, like, get it on. And I'm like, bro, they're, like, teenagers. I don't... That's gross, man. So I have to, like, find a balance so you guys don't gross me the fuck out. She had ever heard Susie apologize for anything. Susie, what's wrong? We are weird, at least me. Makes sense. Sorry, Mr. Streamer. Who the fuck is Mr.? Suze, what's wrong? Ugh. $12.25. Same gender couple doesn't sound very straight. No, they aren't. I'll pull out the MS Paint and lecture you again. Nothing. It's just... A while ago, I saw something. Something that really freaked me out. Susie looked to the floor. Her now dried up blood glittering her dark world attire. 12:25, yeah. That was 12:25 a while ago. In one of these dark worlds, it said I would die. Alright, what the fuck? How the fuck would Noel respond to this? Alright, Noel is shy, She's, So she's shy, she's very passive, however, she reacts very strongly to bad news. How would you react to this? Do you like writing? I guess I do. I mean, I have to if I've done, 17 streams? Written over 137 pages of this shit. Blood and cold. I know how she'd react. I know how she'd react. What? Said softly. Wonder if times are sleep deprived that while writing makes you notice. It turns out to be noticeable in the finished product. Not if you steam it over with the revisions. Besides, no one's noticed it in my videos, and those are all written when I was sleep deprived. Ugh. Forgive me, chat. Sorry, chat. I love your streams when it's not 23 p.m. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna assume. Sorry, buddy, I'm American. Alright. What? She said softly.
What? Speak up, I can't hear you.
Okay. Susie continued walking. Continued walking. Saw this prophecy. It showed the future. Things that needed happen, or else the world would be doomed. Destroyed, should say destroyed. And you saw one. Where are you? Yeah.
Noel questioned, panic raising in her voice. Just realized the stream is 7 hours old. Yep. Only 7 hours.
Hey,
If I had more sleep, I could probably go for 12, but I'm gonna end it soon.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know where a lot of things that have recently happened fit into it. But when that guy
She would not say roughing.
kicking my ass, kept thinking, this is it. This is when I die.
you said you were alive, I decided to go to sleep. I wasn't able to because my dog woke me up every single second. Yeah, my OC, his name is Toriel Dreamer. Plowy Torgorhan speaking.
Sorry, man. I don't think I can.
Susie continued forward, ignoring the screens, though it showed glimpses of the future and memories. Will be. Susie explained. I don't want to die.
Man, I wish I could play a certain song right now. Oh well, I can't.
Susie said before sniffing. Her voice became shaky.
Sophia, how long have you been live? Check the fucking stream, dude. Almost 8 hours. Well, not almost.
almost in like 10 minutes.
Whoa, you streamed for so long. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to. So, jeez. Tears began rolling down the delinquent's face. Guys, we're writing Susie cry. Guys, are we... Has the tone been set for this Dark World yet?
Because then I'd never see you again.
This is so fucking sad. Swear to God. This shit reads like it's written by a fucking asylum patient. Okay. This is so tragic, yeah. This is fucked up. This is so fucked up. And let me tell you something, chat. By the end of the fic, I'm thinking of killing Susie. Oh, God.
Susie, put me down, please.
What? Yeah, dude, it has to happen. It's gotta happen, dude. We gotta throw some of these characters into the fucking blender, dude. Susie might be my favorite, but she's fated to die. She's the best friend character in a shonen anime, pretty much. Like, her girlfriend's mom is, like, doing some shady shit. She's beefing with Wingding Gaster. She's toast, pretty much. I'm thinking by, like, chapter 3, she, like, gets, like, she gets, like a thumbs up in the clouds moment, you know what I mean? All said. Masking her own sadness. Susie wiped her tears with her forearm.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Oh god, there's so many certain songs I wish I could play. What's the most emotional song we have access to? I got it. Fuck, dude. You're really pulling all the heartstrings here. Okay. With a swift motion, Susie got down on one knee and let Noel off of her shoulders. Noel turned to face Susie, who was fighting several tears, no doubt, to look tough. This is fucking sad, dude. This is fucking sad. Steve started when I was asleep. Oh. No doubt to look tough. What a fucking point to join, dude.
I don't want to die, Susie said before sniffling. Her voice became shaky. Tears began to roll down the delinquent's face. 'Cause then I'd never see you again. Susie, put me down, please.
Noel said, masking her own sadness. I left 3 hours ago. Rousey still getting aura from a gaster. Rousey briefly got the upper hand before running away. Why did my YouTube feed spiral down into this? Spelled Noel wrong. Yeah, I do it all the time. Spell a lot of names wrong. Noel. That's fine, as long as we catch it. Here. See? No doubt to look tough. Wait, she gonna die? Yeah, dude. That's what chapter 4 said. Noel put her hand on Susie's cheek. And into her eyes. I don't want. Okay, how gay are we making this? Looked into her eyes. This was a night of firsts, for sure. She had never seen Susie cry. She had never hear her apologize. Had never seen her be beaten in spirit before. Is this Doom, Jerry? It might be, chat. It might be. Maybe you can convince me out of Susie dying. This is excruciating. My fucking tailbone hurts. I've been sitting down for too long. She had never been beaten in spirit before. Noelle thought the first time she had seen Susie, how scary she was. And how she looked like a kicked puppy. Huh. There we go. Oh, this is fucked. Then thought the heroic Susie that saved her from Queen. How she had always fought with a smile on her face. And now she looked like she. Oh, is there no one here I recognize? Because everyone you recognize left because they got bored. Alright. It's fine. I kind of crashed out at them and it was like. One of them was like, Noelle is the girl in the prophecy because she was supposed to get chalk with Chris. Something that's blatantly incorrect if you play the first fucking 5 minutes of chapter 1. So I got like really angry. And I booted up chapter 1 and it was like, here, look, read the dialogue. It was really funny and I got donated like $15. Yeah. Now she looks like she needed a hero more than anyone else in the whole world. Key. From the Queen, it's more grammatically accurate because Queen can't be a name, it's a title. I'm Google. My name's Smart. I was made by billionaires and geniuses. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it was pretty fucking cool, wasn't it? Yeah, we're making this really gay. Noelle. Alright. Be determined by the power of gay. Alright. Noelle pressed her forehead up against Susie's. Before. Yes! Before kissing her softly. What should happen next? Damn it. The Yuri reserves have run low. What should I think? I'm gonna have to actually. Still the best stream I've ever watched in my life. Thank you, Kenny Sex. Alright. Against. By the way, it's the same leitmotif as Nightmare Night. In case anyone was wondering if Death's the Night or not. Anyway. We're kissing her softly.
Susie's eyes widen. Why was Noel being so kind? Usually crying was a sign of weakness. That's what she come to learn. She promised herself a long time ago that she.
And then Ralsei's gonna come in like a while ago, and be like, "What are you doing?" Yeah. Quit lip locking and let's get the hell out of here. So Ralsei, say I hypothetically opened a dark fountain for the gay. What would happen? You did what? There we go.
Yeah. Being so kind that she would never cry in front anyone again. It took a lot of practice, but and can I get a recap? Oh, okay, Birdly. So, Ralsei saw. So we started with Ralsei. He saw a pretty weird route where Chris was like in like toxic yaoi with him, and like but like abusive toxic yaoi. They killed Susie, and they were like, I did this for you, babe. And then Ralsei was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that was what they saw on the screen. And Ralsei was like, that was fucking terrible. I have like PTSD now. That was awful. But Ralsei continued on anyway. Ralsei then like found the tree, like for the Eggman, and was like, oh, that's pretty strange. Let me walk up to it. And then the Eggman started aura farming, and said, and had the best reintroduction to Gaster I think I've ever written. Yeah. Isn't it weird that things that come to pass are forgotten? Maybe it isn't weird. People, however, seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? You didn't answer. That's very rude. Have you thought of a world where everything is the same except you don't exist? And then it's like, yeah, it was Gaster the whole time. So then, Ralsei got mixed by Gaster, until Ralsei used his trump card Megalo Strike Back, which, hit Gaster with every bit of damage he had done to the gang so far, which severely damaged him, but it didn't hold him off forever, and now Ralsei is like currently running away from Gaster, trying to avoid him. Chris and Birdly showed up in the Dark World finally. Chris admitted that Dark Worlds are real to Birdly because you guys voted on it. What else? Birdly was really receptive to it and was like, okay, let's continue onward. What could possibly go wrong? And now we're having the scene where Susie's like, yeah, so I might fucking die, babe. And now she's crying, and now Noelle's like trying to comfort her. It's really fucked up. Shut up, I just woke up. Noelle pressed her forehead against Susie's before kissing her softly. Susie's eyes widened. Why was Noelle being so kind? Surely crying was a sign of weakness. That's what she had come to learn. She promised herself a long time ago that she would never cry in front of anyone again. It took a lot of practice, but... This is a cut track from Deltarune called Friendship, by the way. So,
Well, we're in the dark world. Yeah, we're in Gaster's dark world. He made this after killing Rudy to transport Rudy's dust to the bunker. Oh, Peak Suzelle, oh my god, yeah. We want to practice, but eventually all she felt was a slight sting. The eyes. But now all that hard work gone to waste. Oh my god, not Rouse. What if there's no girl in the prophecy? Don't make me do it again, Birdley. To waste. Susie and Noel. Happy that she wasn't alone. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Maybe. Just maybe. It was okay to cry. There we go. Hat is still correct. Hat is still correct. And just maybe it was okay to cry. The two broke away from each other, and Z held Noel as tightly as she could without hurting her. Without hurting her. Google Docs often tries to correct you with incorrect words. Yeah, I know. I don't. Take a break. And then Ralsei's gonna slide in and be like, let's get the fuck out of here! Alright. Plot twist, Ralsei is a girl. Ugh. No Susie. No. Just lost quietly. Susie just nodded slowly. Chris is the girl and Susie's the kid. Ugh. Ugh. You guys piss me off sometimes. So you just nodded slowly.
no matter what was happening or what was going to happen.
The theories keep getting more confused. What if we're here for Sophia crashing out, but it's funny as fuck and I'm gonna recreate it. No, you're not.
I'm too tired, man. It's almost 2 in the morning.
When did she crash out?
Like at the beginning of the stream. You can rewind. It's like when I loaded up Deltarune. That's when I crashed out, yeah. Or what was going to happen. It didn't matter. Because right now they had each other. And that was all that mattered.
You didn't gaslight me. Some dumbass in chat was like, originally Noelle was going to get the chalk with Chris, but then Susie took her place. And I was like, no, you're not. You're wrong. It's literally within the first 5 fucking minutes of the game. So I booted up the game to prove that person wrong, and I overacted a lot. And I threw in some laughter, and I went all like mental and shit. And it was really funny, and it was the best clip of the whole stream. And you should all send it to people.
No, it's all that mattered. No, that was all that mattered. I always wanted to.
I always wanted Susie, Noel, and Chris to go. Oh my god. You sound like a shipper. You do. Oh, guys. I know we fight between Cruzy and Chris L all the time. Why can't they be a polyamorous relationship? What? Why not? Guys, come on. It's just like, oh, dude. Ugh. You gonna make me sit through all this? Whatever. Cruzy L shippers are gonna watch these streams and be like heartbroken that I'm calling them out. And I'm just like, I don't have anything against the ship. It's just like, I'm not gonna lie, it feels like a massive cop out. Feels like you couldn't choose between 2 massive ships, so you decided to make it polyamorous and choose your own thing. That's what I feel. Anyway. Vote, chat. Real, like, come on, yeah. Why can't everyone just be put in a giant ship, some random dude? Because, I don't know, man. I think it's made pretty clear throughout the game that Chris and Noelle don't like each other like that at all. And I think it's also made pretty clear throughout the game that Chris and Susie don't like each other like that at all. With, like, one scene to contradict that. But, whatever. That's just me. It's just me. It's like my opinion. I'm an island, guys. Send your nukes there. But whatever. Just us 3. Rules didn't teach us like comedy, guys. Guys, vote, please. I'm really tired. I need to... I'm gonna change the music. You know, I thought getting more coffee would make me alert, but it really didn't. What a fucking rip, dude. What a rip. How does Magnet go again? It's been forever since I listened to it. Oh, whatever. Someone will remind me. And if you don't know what Magnet is, clearly you're not as Yuri invested as me. Three votes. We need more votes. This shit is peak. I was joking in quotes, Sophia. I said I was joking. Sophia, I was saying this shit in quotes. I was joking, Sophia. I know. Come on, guys, vote. Vote. Oh, Magnet, yeah. Oh, you have a Miku profile picture. Of course you know what Magnet is. I saw a Spam Tenna version a while ago. That's good. That's funny. Clearly. You know, to be honest, I kind of wonder if this should just be a Suzel. I should have just wrote a Suzel fic. Not gonna lie. Given how apparently good I am at writing Yuri. Oh well. You do immediately get a +10 bonus on writing Yuri if you are a lesbian, so you know. I guess I should have known. Alright, come on, chat, vote. I wonder how watchable these VODs are, not gonna lie. Like, these streams are as VODs. Because, like, I feel like half the time I'm just saying, alright, chat, you need to vote. Or I'm just crashing out at you, or I'm showing off art. Probably should be like, I'm the highlight in this. Oh, Suzel. So that'll be the next peak fanfic. After this, we're playing one shot and then, like, a few games, but... yeah, it'll be a while before we do another fanfic writing one. Probably after Chapter 5 releases. $138 pages are crazy. 138 pages. 138 pages and still no bitches. Am I right, Jack? And that was all that mattered. Looks like everyone's voting for the glimpse. Even if the 3 other people watching voted, it wouldn't change anything, so... I think I get the joke. No. I have 7 chapters of this fanfic. Oh god. How many people would be dead by chapter 7? I was thinking. So, basically, to spoil the ending a bit. Actually, no, never mind. We'll get there when we get there. Never mind. Susie buried her snout into Noel's hair. She smelt a little less like gingerbread, a little more like blood, but it still comforted her. Really, that was dark. All of us, we'd all be dead. Oh, hell yeah. What? That's all hell yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be like JJK. Everyone's gonna fucking die. And still comforted her. It's gonna be like JoJo's. Originally 3 parts planned. And then like somehow we're like 9 parts in. And Chris is like doing anime poses. And being like, that's where you're wrong, Carol Holiday. I set off my soul before we even started the fight. And it's gonna be like, right to the line just to start again. I don't know. Anyway. It still comforted her. Her eyes moved to a screen. I like how Susie and Noelle constantly see shit that's like shipping and whatnot, and then Ralsei sees like the inevitable demise of all of his friendships. I love that. Yeah. Yes, it is the 10th anniversary stream version of Memory. Chris Aura Farms. Move to a screen. It looked like it was Christmas. No. That's how Magnet goes, right? Whatever. It's so hard when I found the end of the streams were both so good. Okay. It looks like it was Christmas. And it's kind of crazy. Are you saying that you cried to my streams? That's kind of crazy. Also, Shadow Crystal Folder Theory. No. I don't want to give him a Shadow Crystal. I feel like he's already kind of cracked. Who is Chris? There. Set. Susie and Noel. They looked older. Susie's hair was shorter. Noel had finally embraced being goth. There we go. But they were still passing presents to each other. When they had reached the last one, Susie smiled and pulled out one that was smaller. She looked nervous as Noel carefully removed the wrapping paper. Careful not to rip it. Gothel representation. In the 10-year streams that I might cry at the end of this one's peak, Gothel is peaked. You know the weird thing? Like, back when I was on Reddit, I was, like, perusing the Suzel subreddit, as you do. And it's just, like... I was, like, so many people just, like... they had like Susie as like goth, and I'm just like, guys, no. 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 The entire bit is that Susie's into goth girls. Whatever. And careful not to rip it. Was a no red velvet box like one for a girl white. This is so fucking goth, Susie. This is crazy. Exactly. Susie is more tomboyish and Noelle's closeted goth girl. I'm so glad these are the discussions we're having at 2 in the fucking morning. Oh, yeah. Where would you say they fall into the aesthetic-wise? Chris is definitely emo gremlin energy. Birdley, definitely alpha male, gotta say. I don't know. Closeted. I was freaking grimdark again. Wrapping paper, alright. What's up, Noel? Yeah, you did that hours ago, Birdley. Her eyes grew wide. She looked at Susie, who just shrugged. Open it. She said. I got that 80s metal grunge aesthetic. Oh my god. Open it, she said. Inside was... This is like, I feel like I'm gonna get a fucking cavity from how sweet this is. Inside was a gold ring. With red with tiny red rubies. Urine, Delta Uri, really forced to wear the clean boy styled fits, but deep down wants to dress like any other way. Those are tiny red rubies embedded in it. No. Ring. Ring. Blushing like a school girl for the first time in 5 years. I'm grimdark. I'm homestuck. It's a homestuck term. Delta queer. Okay. But when she looked away from the ring, she saw Susie on one knee. There we go. I like how Rousey saw the most traumatic shit possible, and meanwhile Susie and Noel just constantly see like, you dated Birdley in this universe. Look, Chris has like a blue sweater for some reason. Oh look, there's us getting married. It's just like, meanwhile Rousey. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. I want new. watching the screen and turned away.
Was I can't catch a break? Was I singing under a Chris is crazy?
Even if was bound by fate, it didn't look like she had to be. Even if world was dead and gone, there still was hope, right? Like, the only disturbing thing these two have seen is, like, the weird route. And even then, that was just, like, Susie was just like, don't worry about it. Chris is a cool dude. They'd never do that shit, bro. Don't fucking worry.
Can't get this for an egg. I'm actually cheating on Susie in the word root Homestuck referencing my cover. Oh, okay.
All roads lead to Homestuck. Okay. We'll write one. I think we're. Still was hope, right? Susie clung to Noel tightly. Susie also kind of dresses like Vrisk. Chat, the existence of tomboys does not mean it's a fucking Homestuck reference. What, just because a girl dresses with a jacket and ripped jeans, she's suddenly Vriska Scarlet? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Ciao, Soph, how's it going? Ciao, Soph, how's it going? I don't know. I'm trying not to lose my mind. You know nothing about Homestuck. This is John. Currently 10 a.m. My brain is fried. Glad it's 10 a.m. for you. Susie clung to Noel tightly. It's viscous scarlet. Homestuck fans, swear to God. It is 2 a.m. for me. Susie clung to Noel tightly. She didn't want to let go. Oh, guys, you know what would be so fucking awesome? Erase it, secret. Get your facts straight before you say all that. Second off, everything's a JoJo reference and a Homestuck reference. Okay. Holy shit, I'm not used to your streams being so long. What do you mean, Zachary? Literally last week, I made like 2 12-hour streams. Susie and Vriska are dressed kind of similar. No, they aren't. One has a fucking purple jacket, the other dresses in green. That's completely fucking different. I know. I own two of the same. I own both those jackets, chat. Italiano. Oh mio Dio. Okay. Go to sleep, man. Yeah, it's done. Okay, we're gonna finish this off. Ross's gotta come, interrupt the gay. She didn't want to let her go. Vriska dresses in blue. No, she does not. She does not. I can fucking verify this. I'm looking it up right now, dude. You're wrong. Also by. Okay. Vriska Homestuck. I can fucking verify it's green. No, it's gray. How is this Susie? This is not Susie at all. Oh, edgy girl plus jacket equals Susie Deltarune. Newsflash, dipshit. That means every tomboy on Earth is fucking Susie Deltarune. What? What? What is Vriska? How many words is it now? I don't know, man. I don't know. She didn't want to let go. Hey, and this is all over. Susie began before being. This is also very Deltarune. Oh. Oh, my favorite character. My favorite character from Kill la Kill, Susie Deltarune. It's just like. Yo, wait, guys. I'm an edgy girl and I wear a jacket. Am I fucking Susie Deltarune? Huh? No, of course I'm not. I'm a real fucking person. Jeez. Jeez. Suddenly Rousey goes, "Get the fuck out of there!" All trolls are kind of gray. Some are more gray. That's how I feel every time I hear who are being cut off. Noelle! Susie? Sophia's Susie theory. And Susie Deltarune, your Vriska Homestuck. Yeah, that's probably more fitting. Sophia, are you okay? Not really, I'm really tired. We need to leave now! A familiar, soft voice screamed. Random thing, I finished watching Kill la Kill last night. It was epic. Cool. Both Susie and OL turned their heads. Okay, I think that's it was, or I'll say. There we go. Finish next stream, you stupid asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you. There we go. Now that I've left some words of encouragement for my future self. Please get it. I believe it's time to end stream. So. The Snoring Knight. Please get. Pros the Snoring Knight. You mean sis. Whatever. Alright, chat. It's been a real one. It's been a legendary stream. Legendary stream. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share this with all your pals. Be sure to share that crash out bit with everyone, because I'm sure it'll be very funny and definitely won't haunt me in 5 years when I'm trying to be taken seriously for something else. Thanks for everything. You guys are awesome, even if you do piss me off sometimes. Yeah. Alright. For future Sophia, nah. I'll watch the Crash Out Legend for Deltarune. Okay. Been a real one.